pretending that I moved on. Yeah, maybe I'm weak, but it's taking too long to get over you. I'm not ready to need you again, unless this time we're holding on. The truth is I don't know how to forget. So when I saw you coming, I knew I'd be swept right back up, and I didn't care. Been hiding from the truth, but it got me nowhere. 'Cause I'm not ready to need you again, but I need you again. I'll be swept right back up, and I didn't care. Been hiding from the truth, but it got me nowhere. 'Cause I'm not ready to need you again. Funny how something can hurt you so bad, but you fall right back. Happens just like that. And I'm not quite convinced that it won't end the same this time. Tell me, can people really get a fresh start? Should I be more careful with my heart? I'm treading carefully. Crazy how something can scar you so deep, but you fall right back. I'm not ready to need you again, unless this time we're holding on. The truth is I don't know how to forget. So when I saw you coming, I knew I'd be swept right back up, and I didn't care. Been hiding from the truth, but it got me nowhere. 'Cause I'm not ready to need you again, but I need you again. I need you I'll be swept right back up, and I didn't care. Been hiding from the truth, but it got me nowhere. 'Cause I'm not ready to need you again, but I need you again.
Cocaine in my nose, got rose in my cup though. Started climbing my pole, she got me locked in on cup though. Cocaine in my nose, got rose in my cup though. Started climbing my pole, she got me locked in on cup though. Cocaine in my nose, got rose in my cup though. Started climbing my pole, she got me locked in on cup though. Cocaine in my nose, got rose in my cup though. Started climbing my pole, she got me locked in on cup though.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away, but I'll keep on flying. She said I'd fly anyway, but I'll keep on flying. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. But I keep on falling.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me, hold your hand while the pain was over, keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, oh you meant the world to me. Oh you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, oh I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, oh you meant the world to me.
Did it hurt like hell, falling through the clouds to be free? Oh, free. It was hard enough for me to fight the storm. Were you hoping that I could keep us both away?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Legends Reborn tournament. The second part, the final part to this 2-tournament series. Of course, we started off 2 weeks ago with the Rising Stars tournament, and here we are in the main bracket. Before we get into some of the matches, just want to introduce myself. My name is Tyrannism. I'm going to be casting this event along with my beautiful partner here. He can introduce himself.
Yep. Oh yeah, nothing much.
Very, very simple introductions here. Okay.
You have something to say about the teams?
Let's go over sort of how this tournament came about. So the first 4 teams, the first 4 seeds here in this tournament were pre-invited. So they're going to be completely new players that we did not see 2 weeks ago. And we're going to have 1 team on each match here. That's going to be Heavy Gutes. That's the Reformed New Types. It's AIM Trainers Anonymous and 3AM Gaming, our Japanese team. And of course, the other 4 teams here, Team Kogar Sumaru, F8 We Ball, Grok Esports, and Team Serenity. Those are going to be the top 4 placings from the Rising Stars tournament. Not in order. I think F8 We Ball took first, Team Serenity took second, Grok Esports came in at third, and Kogar Sumaru in fourth. So that's sort of how this tournament plays out. We're giving these top Rising Stars the chance to compete with some of the best in the game still. And yeah, I mean, taking a look at these matches, we should have a couple good ones actually. So I'm excited to see sort of how this tournament's going to end up panning out. Of course, you expect the Legends Reborn teams, the pre-invited ones, to take down most of these matches, but who knows, man? I mean, some of these Rising Stars looked pretty impressive a couple weeks ago, so I'm excited to see.
Someone who lost at these teams that managed to come from last tournament, I'm expecting them to win at least a little bit.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think I got taken out by, I think it was Grok Esports actually. It was a pretty good match, but yeah, we'll see how they stack up, how each of these teams stacks up. And of course, with the way this seeding works, for the Rising Stars, the top 4 are going to be in order seeded 5 through 8. So the 5th seed is going to be F8 We Ball, the Rising Star champions. They're going to be taking on the Reformed New Types, who are going to be as far as the Legends Reborn teams, the pre-invited, they're the 4th seed, right? So that's theoretically going to be the closest match, and I think that's going to be our first one that we're going to show on stream. So that should be an exciting one to watch. Other than that, Heavy Utes is going to be our top rank, our top seed here. So they're going to be the team to beat this tournament. They're going to start off against Team Kogar Sumaru, coming in at 4th in the Rising Stars. So Kogar Sumaru, I think it's an understatement to say that they will be the underdogs in this match, but who knows, man? I mean, anything can happen. They were very impressive to both play against and watch in the last tournament, so I'm expecting good things from them. Aim Trainers Anonymous as the 2nd seed from the Legends Reborn side of things, going up against Grok, took 3rd in the Rising Stars, also could be a decent match. I mean, Grok is very tough to play against. I know Aim Trainers is also a very good team, so that should be a high skill one. And then last up here, we got 3AM Gaming, also known as Headhunters team, the Japanese team. Haven't seen too much of them, but of course I know from live experience how deadly this team can be. So they're going to go up against Team Serenity. They got 2nd place in the last tournament, but they did actually beat the champions in the, I believe, winners finals. So Team Serenity is also no joke. I expect that to be a really close match as well.
Well, if the teams that we're waiting on the teams to pick the maps right now.
Yes. I think that is the first step. The map picks. Again, I think we're going to be watching Reform New Types versus F-It We Ball. And can talk about the rosters a little bit here. So, on the side of the Reformed New Types, a little bit of a ragtag, sort of last minute put together team, but they're still full of really good players. It's going to be Flowers and Sunshine, Garmazabi, One Trick Tony, Oro, Punk, and their 6th player, I believe, let me check, Keicho. And then on the side of F-It We Ball, of course, we saw them in the Rising Stars tournament, so some familiar names here. We got Cashton, Genesis, Felwinty, Peeb, Zach Goose, Zims, Ibiamuzu. So we know what they can do. I'm expecting this one to be a pretty close match. I mean, it's going to be the 4th seed versus the 5th seed, so this is theoretically the closest match of this first round here. So I'm really excited to get underway, which we should be able to any minute now.
What do you think you favored any one team in particular to take this tournament? Is it Heavy Goods, you think?
I mean, I think it's just got to be Heavy Goods. The logician in me says it's Heavy Goods. I mean, you know, you want them to experience some difficulty this bracket, and if it were up to me, if I could pick any one of these teams to win the whole thing, honestly, I would love to see a Rising Stars team take it. I know that's pretty out there, though. That's, you know, maybe not the most likely outcome, but I mean, who knows? They could definitely take a couple of these matches off of these Legends Reborn guys, but if I were to pick a team that I'm a biased caster rooting for, I think I would have to probably pick Reform New Types. A little bit of a Cinderella story. Again, they are a pre-invited team, but they had some troubles with maintaining that roster the whole way through, so I know they're kind of on limited practice compared to some of these other teams, so I want to see them do well. So I think that's who I'm rooting for. What about you?
I don't know. I could go with Acer team. And Trainers Anonymous basically, but I kind of like, there's teams here of people who play Side 7 a lot and teams who don't play as much. I'm just a little bit favored toward the teams who play more Side 7. So like this is gonna be impossible to pronounce. Kogaras, Sumaru, and Trainers Anonymous, Grok, 3AM Gaming, Serenity. Apart from that, I don't think I can say too much. These teams are all very good players, and it's as someone who's not quite at their level just yet, it's very hard to know what's gonna happen until we get into the matches.
It sure is a very unpredictable game, and yeah, I agree with what you said about the more frequent Side 7 players. You know, you play with them so often, you want to see them have some fun and have some good games on the main screen here. So yeah, a couple of these guys definitely, it seems like, spend a lot of their time on the Side 7 servers, which is good. I mean, you love to see that the game's still active, there are people still playing, like the same people getting on every day, so it's good to see some of these people getting their chance here. excited to see how this plays out.
The real match, you already know who to solo ult. Just solo the guys from these teams.
Exactly. Get your Ash punches ready, your Z2R slashes ready. Your solo butterflies, your solo Hades, get them all. I expect to see a lot of these racist punches going out today. Taking a look. Yeah, so of course this is a double elimination bracket, which means if you do lose your round 1 match or any match in the winner's side of the bracket, you will get another chance. You are not just out of the tournament immediately. And if you do go to losers, the good news is you are playing another team that's in losers. So you've both lost 1 match, which means that the team you're playing is always going to be beatable. You're always going to have a chance until you lose that second match, at which point, of course, you will be out. But you can't say you never had a chance. So
I do have a question. If on the winners brackets you lose a team and then climb out of losers brackets, do you get to face the same team again? Essentially?
I believe you do eventually, yes. And that actually happened in the last tournament. I think it was winners finals. It was Team F8 Weeball versus Team Serenity. And Team Serenity actually ended up winning that winners finals, sending F8 Weeball to losers. F8 Weeball then ended up beating, I think, 1 or 2 teams in losers, and then they came back up to the grand finals to rematch against Team Serenity, and they ended up taking that one, I believe, in a 4-0 sweep too. So just goes to show you can play the same team twice if the cards fold out that way, and it's not necessarily a predictable outcome. Again, Team Serenity beat them in the first matchup, and then F8 Weeball came back with a vengeance and took it down in grand finals. It just goes to show you how close some of these matches are. So okay, and I believe we are just about to get underway here with our first match. So again, it's going to be Reformed New Types versus F8 Weeball. And here we go. Here are the map bans. Looks like Reformed New Types already took out Colony Trading Post. Very open, long-range map, so it looks like they are trying to avoid that sort of play style. And F8 Weeball responds with a Harbor City ban. Actually, a pretty similar layout here. They don't really
Nobody
like
wants to play snipers.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting here. So we'll see if they continue that trend, or maybe New Types realizes that F8 Weeball is also playing like that, so maybe they switch up their strategy. But yeah, let's see. Any maps, oi, that you think are going to show up more than others here? Or is it just sort of a crapshoot between teams?
I don't know, I think, the most hated maps have already been pushed out of the selection before the tournament even started. So, apart from the very obvious, long-range maps, I think just map preference for teams, no? I do know some of the teams here are a bit biased towards domination.
So some domination coming out. I'm excited to see some domination. Those are usually pretty scrappy, close range, a lot of fighting. They make for entertaining games, so no problem with me if we see a lot of R&Ds and thermals and whatnot today. Looks like New Type's going to take out large conveyance facilities. Another decently long-range map, at least for that first point, but maybe they just don't want to deal with that choke. And F8 Weeball is going to respond with a canyon-based ban. So yeah, still no domination maps banned yet. All 3 of them are still in. But yeah, I mean, if we end up seeing some R&D, some thermal, like...
Do they not like 2CP? Is there any 2CP map left even? I think no more two capture points even.
Yeah, that's 4 2CP maps banned actually. That's pretty interesting here. Yeah, all we have left is bombs or destructions and domination. So I guess we're not 2CP fans here on these teams. It's very interesting. Yeah, me personally, I wouldn't mind seeing even some quarry either. And then of course, as soon as I say that, it gets banned out. So looks like we will not be seeing some quarry for this first match here. Any particular players on either of these teams that you're watching out for? Oi.
No. I know, for nothing, there's in every world there's Peep, which if we see him, we can probably see him some Mahiru, which might be funny.
classic Peeb Mahi. It's a force to be reckoned with. Normally Mahiru, not the most popular character in these sort of competitive lobbies, but if there's one person that can make it work, it is Peeb, so I do expect to
Will
see it
get
at some
spammed.
point. Oh, and here we go, our first map pick actually coming out from the side of Reformed Noob Tights. They're gonna go with Ironworks, and so there's the domination map we've been waiting
Is
for.
FAT with Ball gonna get to choose where they attack or defend on Ironworks, which is completely worthless?
Probably not. It's probably not gonna matter, but on the destruction maps, I believe someone does choose whether offense or defense, but I'm not sure if domination, if it works like that. Again, not that it matters, but
I believe Team 1 is attack and Team 2 is defense, as far as, you know, custom room management goes, if anybody's wondering.
right, the Earth Noids and the Space Noids, I believe, right? Team 1, Team 2.
Something like that.
Maybe it's flipped, but... Okay, so Flak Fort is also banned. I think we missed that, but should be F8 Weeball's pick here. Looks like they're taking a little bit of time to decide, and they are going to go with Underground Command Center. So there we go. Destruction map will be played here. It's a good one too. I think UCC is my favorite destruction map, if I'm being honest. It's a very straight up map, you know, it's not very complicated. You know how you gotta play it, but that doesn't make it any easier for teams on attack. It's a very talent diff map, you know. One team's gonna hold their positions and it's up to the other team to take it. It's not like there's not many tricky flank routes or cheap
A lot of
strategies,
stalling
you know.
on both first points. Both teams are kind of just not expecting to hold it for very long and just want to stall for a little till the fight gets to the destruction points.
Right. Yeah, on UCC specifically, that waypoint is basically right in the path of that first bomb site, and a lot of teams have some trouble stalling out that first waypoint defense. So usually that first bomb site ends up getting pretty mixy. So it'll be exciting to watch. I believe we're going to another. I believe it's a ban from the Reformed New Types. So not many maps left. Looks like we have Ministry, R&D, and Thermal. Those are the remaining maps in the pool. Again, Thermal and R&D, like we mentioned before, these two close quarters domination maps. Ministry is another destruction map. That one is more favorable to flyers and snipers, like the first two maps that were banned. So it's actually surprising to see that that's still in. I mean, a lot of thought coming out here from, I believe, Reformed New Types. I think it's their turn to ban here, and they do ban the Ministry, so there we go. We will be getting another domination map here, it looks like. It's up to the side of the Rising Star Champions, whether they want it to be R&D or Thermal. R&D a little bit more focused towards the flyers and the high grounds. There's kind of open space in the middle of the map. Thermal plant, pretty close quarters aside from that B point high ground. But if your team has a bunch of melee characters or close range players, I think you probably favor the thermal plant here. So let's see if that's what they elect to go. I don't.
No, I'm questioning in screens against FTP Ball. I believe they played quite a bit of thermal plants, and I believe even me personally had problems with Peep spamming chokes. So in case maybe they don't run one of their players Peep and on some other maps, maybe they'll pick Thermal so he can bring his Mahiru game on.
That is true. Thermal is a good Mahiru map, so let's see if they choose to play around it, because Peep can play other characters too. He's not going to be stuck on Mahiru the entire series. I've seen him do well on the Susan, he does well on the Dom. He's actually a pretty versatile player despite what some people might think, so...
Yeah, the only players who go to jail are the Sazabis and the Pale Riders.
Yeah. Shout out to all my Pale Jail players out there. I know the pain. Saz Jail is like you kind of put yourself there. You can't be quite right in the head to be a Saz Jail player, but again, a little bit of caster bias coming out as a Pale Ashamar Gundam player myself. It's annoying to deal with these Sazabis. Usually I just have to lock Gundam and then foil them as much as I can, but whenever I'm on Astro Pale, it's a bit of a different story, and they do ban the thermal plant on the side of F8 Weeball, and so that will mean that map 3 will be the Mountain R&D. And just in case you were wondering, Oi and everyone watching, it looks like on Ironworks, Reform new types will be defense.
Damn.
Huge advantage coming at there, of course. That's just sarcasm. There's no such thing as defense or offense on domination, so. But on the other maps, it does matter. I guess not so much for R&D
Does it?
either, right?
To
But,
not give away the attack strategy, maybe?
well, you know, you kind of want to, maybe practically no, but you want to kind of set the pace, and, you know, whoever attacks first usually sets the tempo of the match. If you're on defense, of course, if you get like a full hold first round, then that's sort of demoralizing for the enemies going into their defense. But who knows? I mean, you know, different teams treat offense and defense differently, so it might be an advantage, might not be. And UCC, I believe, it looks like Reform new types will be on the attack first. F8 Weeball defending. But again, first map is going to be Ironworks, I believe, so should be a straight up mix fest on some of these closer points.
So, if one of the teams wins 2 maps in a row, are we gonna get into the third map?
If a team wins the first 2 maps, they will just move on in the series. There will be no need to play a third map. So I believe all of these series, except for the finals, are going to be best of 3. And that includes the matches in losers bracket. So yeah, so if one of these teams, for example, takes Ironworks and then they take UCC, we're not going to get to see R&D. Which would be kind of sad because, you know, you do want to see that R&D. It's a fun map to watch, but also just getting to map 3 means it's going to be a pretty good series. So, you know, you hope to see a little bit of life from both of these teams, maybe a map win from each of them. But we'll see how it plays out, man. Just because a series ends 2-0 does not mean that it was a complete stompage. You know, you could have 2 really
The
close
match can still be
maps.
close.
Yeah.
The 1-1, 99% domination match.
Yeah, the Dom maps are notoriously going into extra time and people jumping in last second to stagger, and ends up being a whole drawn out 2-minute thing, and at some point turns into complete chaos usually. So we'll see if teams do a better job of holding down the fort this time around. But yeah, the Ironworks. So are there any particular characters you're expecting to see here or not expecting to see here?
I really don't know. It shouldn't be a problem this match. I'm a little bit worried how, you know, we're mixing Asian players and Europeans in the same lobbies. I think might be something that will catch people off guard.
That is true. Yeah, there might be a little bit of a difference there. I mean, especially for the Asian players, I've really not seen much of them at all recently. So I have no idea if they're going to be one of the top contenders or if they're going to sort of be a little bit disappointing. I mean, I expect them to play great. I mean, I know some of these players in live service were actual monsters, so I'm sure they will do great. Okay, so I'm getting
You wanna bring
word
in the
now-
news?
Yeah, I'm getting word that there's a little bit of a mix-up in the map picks and bans here. So we will not be seeing Ironworks this series. The actual map order is going to be Map 1 R&D, and Map 2 will be Underground Command Center. Map 3 is actually going to be Ministry of Defense. So there we go. So we're going to trade one DOM map for another. We're going to stick with the UCC second map, so that won't change, but we will be getting Ministry third map if we need it. So I don't think actually that much has changed. It's the same order of game modes. It's just going to be R&D instead of the Ironworks here, which to me I'm a fan of. I like watching R&D. Ironworks, it's an interesting map, but I don't know. As a player, I've just never really gotten the hang of it, never really knew, sort of got that intuitive feel for what I should be doing. So when I try to watch it, it's just, I don't know. R&D is just a classic, you know, day one mix fest. Who can take that height control? So, and it's a little bit more suited towards flyers. So we will see if people elect to take advantage of that. But yeah, again, it's going to be R&D first, UCC second, and Ministry third. There will be no Ironworks this series. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at some of these players, see if I can discern some of the picks that might be coming out here. So on the side of reformed new types, you got to imagine Tony's going to be on that Sazabi. That's sort of his comfort pick. I mean, they don't call him One Trick Tony for nothing. So fully expect him to be on Saz this series unless things go absolute haywire. Flowers and Sunshine, he's a little bit of a versatile player. I mean, you can see him bust out anything from like Barb to Sniper. So I know his Z2R is a bit of a comfort pick, so that might be the one that I'm leaning towards for this R&D first map. Garmazabi usually going to be on that Ashamar, and R&D is a great Ashamar map, especially compared to Ironworks. I mean, every map is a good Ashamar map, honestly. It's one of the strongest characters, but especially R&D, you have plenty of space to fly up and take those head glitches over the mid mountains. Oro and Punk, honestly, I don't know too much about these guys. I know Punk's actually relatively new to GEVO. I think he came in from Overwatch and Rivals, so the little I've seen of him, he's been on Pale Rider, so a pretty straight up aimer character. And yeah, Oro and Keitro, I'm actually not too sure. Probably one of them will be on Dom Trooper, I have to imagine. I do not know what the other one will pick, so pretty straight up lineup, I think, coming out overall from our 4 new types. And we can talk about F8 We Ball 2, but I think we are gonna get right into map 1 here. So rather than speculate what people might pick, let's just see.
This is a domination mission.
Reminder that if you're ever bothered by the camera positioning, you can always flame Lichgrave, since he's the one doing the camera.
Yes, exactly. All right, and so there we go. We can see the picks coming out. Looks like on the side of new types, I was mostly correct. We do have Oro on the Dom. Flower's actually going to be on the Barb instead of the Z2R, which again, I mentioned that he does like to play the Barb. Keicho on the Gundam, actually. So that'll be an interesting pick too, because on the side of F8 We Ball, we do have one shield on the side of Felwinty here. He loves that Zeta Gundam, I know. He's very deadly with it, so definitely a great pick for him. We got Zims on Ash. No surprise there. Zach Goose on the Z2R. I know that's one of his comfort characters. And it looks like there will be no Z2R to mirror him, so he might have a little bit of a fun time here in the enemy backlines. We got Peeb on the Susan, so there we go. No Mahiru, it's more of an open map, so he's gonna elect for Susan instead. Cash and Dom, Genesis Gundam, pretty straight up picks.
Oh, starting with the kills already.
There we go, some early trades, and you can see on the side of F8 We Ball, they're opting to take that opposite high ground control. That's what a lot of teams end up doing. They have a much better time at contesting high ground from the other side of high ground rather than trying to go up that ramp. And of course, if you're going to be on a lot of flyers and range units, it's just much better.
Seems like going for kills really worked for F8 We Ball.
Although they don't get the opening cap, actually. The first few percent goes the way of the reformed and new types. And Keicho gets a couple picks to compromise, so they're actually able to stabilize here pretty effectively. Another pick comes out, and yeah, there we go. I feel Ball's gonna have to regroup here. Although Keicho's gonna get found out. A little too aggressive there.
coming out already. Unless they can get some early kills, they can probably stall this out till the end of the cut points.
That was an extremely early Zeta ult, actually. You got that like 25% on the game clock, which, I mean, I don't know if I've seen a Zeta ult come out that early, but it's going to end up flipping the point in the last 5 seconds, but I don't know if that's really worth it. You kind of want to get an early rotate over, and that's part of the reason why high ground control is so important on R&D. Of course, it's very easy to shoot down onto the point from that high ground, but also when you have to rotate, it's a very natural rotation you can make. So from C to A, you can just jump over that little middle hole there, and suddenly you have the high ground control for the next point. So that's going to be the spot that most teams are going to contest.
Luckily they have the high ground control too. Like every ball has 12 points for the most part, but they're getting close in.
You can see the Ashe is trying to contest that opposite height, and Zeta's going to fall back to help him.
Bolts are coming up already for the points.
Yeah, we see a Hades, we see a Gundam ult come out. Hades finds one, Gundam ult not so much, but here we go, these flyers on If It We Ball, man, they are impressive on that 8 point. You can see just how much of a impact the flyers make on these maps, these long-range open maps. And unless you're also on flyers yourself, they're very hard to contest.
Reform are down a lot, but they have been able to stall half the point already. So this is favorable for them, Neons.
Yeah, If It Would Ball is doing a good job of finding picks and building ults really early. They still have 4 in their pocket, and Fell's about to get another one. But as far as the actual objective, it's been the Reform's new types that have had the advantage so far in securing that point and just holding it, or at least most of the way through the point. So you probably want to prioritize that a little bit more on the side of If It We Ball. Let's see if they manage to do so on B point here.
In the Reform are considerably earlier team setup here, so they might have an edge on B. Would be rather unfortunate.
There we go, Dom ult comes in. He's going to have a bunch of armor in his team, and another Z2R ult comes out, so that's going to be an easy early team wipe on the side of the Reform new types. So they will maintain early control here. The only ult they have remaining is the Ashe Punch on the side of If It We Ball, though they have 5 ults.
They're gonna have to hold against 5
go.
ults.
Yeah. So I fully expect to see some ults invested here on the side of If It We Ball to overtake this point, which, I mean, they're gonna have to, right? Because getting pretty close to the end now if you're the Reform new type, so you gotta go, you gotta try to contest here. They do get one guy down already in Genesis, but you still have 4 ults. I think you still just gotta press him and go here.
Maybe If the ball are intentionally letting the clock turn out so they can get more percentage of the points since we will go through overtime.
So there we go, we
Alright,
pop.
all bunch of ults go down.
Ults go down, but they don't find any kills with it. I mean, they never ended up using the Dom ult there, which is really what you wanted to open. I mean, they decided to open instead with the Zeta ult into the Ashe Punch and Susan Transam, but they really just didn't find the picks for it.
They are able to
touch. Yeah.
Oh, Dom ult comes up finally.
They're going down one by one, but here comes the Dom ult eventually. He's going to stay alive for a long time with this. Sims actually finds one, so there we go. That's the kill that we needed. Raid's going out on both teams here. It's going really back and forth. It's looking like the new types are taking a bit of an advantage here, but the point does end up flipping. Rez is coming out, so there we go. If It We Ball are able to recontest, although they have no ults to show.
They're still down on ults though.
Yeah.
Zedbill's gonna come up soon. We'll see how they can hold this.
Yeah, if they do elect to pop this Sazabi ult, you're gonna have no choice but to hard focus him. You're gonna have to hope for a big Gundam flail from Genesis, and then the rest of the team can follow up with enough damage to kill him
Looks like
quickly.
they want to break. They're taking this slowly.
And couple early picks.
They got the plate bomb to the points.
Yeah, but it gets immediately flipped back. Just a little bit of a C9 there, but it's not gonna cost them the round. And there we go with the Sazo, and there's the flail. It's gonna put a stop to that immediately. Gundam ult's coming out just to zone out that main door a little bit, stop the stragglers from coming in, but it's not gonna be enough. I mean,
This is gonna be the last fight now. This is the last chance they have.
Yeah, we're coming up on last fight territory here, so we've got to regroup and get a good push going. We still have Zadol, I think our third Zadolt of the round from Velwinty here. Let's see if he can make it a big one. Of course, it's going to encapsulate basically this whole B point when he does decide to throw it down, so...
It's coming up.
Here we go, Domwalt entry.
They're spamming the points.
Zadol's Retaliation finds 2, but the Gundamolt comes out in protection and actually finds an Ash on the other side. And that will end it. First round going to the reformed new types. Honestly, a good effort there from F8 Ball, especially towards the end. I think it was actually the early round, the first couple points that really screwed them over there. They were down like 60-70%, despite not really feeling that far behind. I mean, they did a good job at finding picks, and Felminty was completely oppressive on that Zeta, but they just weren't able to cap that point early, and that really came back to bite them in the butt. Taking a look at some of the stats here on the side of F8 Ball, looking like Punk coming out on top damage with the Pale. You kind of expect the Pale to be top damage, but he's pretty far ahead actually. His teammates are lagging behind a little bit at 17k. But really impressive here from Punk. On the other
with
side,
3 ults on 21k.
Yep. And you can see why 22k, everyone else in his team is 16 and 15, so he's definitely taken up a lot of that damage burden for his team, so really well done by him. Zim's also 28 limbs on the Ash, Oro 23 limbs on the Dom, so I want to give shout outs to our top Slayers as well. And yeah, but a pretty even first round there actually. It's going to be an opening B point on the second round, which is very interesting. And we saw how mixy the last B point was. Let's see if it continues straight.
Looks like they're doing the same thing. They immediately go to stall the point, as always.
Oh
my god,
huge slash from Susan. He ends up finding 3, and he's not done yet. He's going to find this Ash as well to get out it. Yep. That's a P moment right there. That's why I said he's not just a Mahiru one trick.
He just took his energy drink, now he's ready.
Oh yeah, he's got the Red Bull flowing. He's already at 70% ult charge. I mean, dominant first fight here coming out from P, which is what you expect, right? This is the point that the melees want to play in. This sort of close quarters, closed ceiling. You don't have to worry about a Zeta flying 30 feet above your head and shooting you, but actually, huge grenade.
Wow. That was a good kill.
Too. It's going to be basically a team wipe here. I mean, Felminty gets out on 1 HP, but very easy recontest on the side of the reformed new types. Punk rather just found a few huge opening picks.
It doesn't seem like they're going to contest it anymore, they just rotate into the next points.
The Z2R playing in the tunnels area, just trying to be a nuisance. Actually, a few members here are going to be playing tunnels on the side of the reformed new types, which is pretty interesting. Normally, again, coming from B, a lot of the teams elect to sort of go through spawn and try to take that high ground, but they elect to go through tunnels instead, and it's looking like it's not going to pan out, as they do get picked on the Sazabi and the Dom Trooper, who is still lurking in the tunnels. It's a little bit of a stagger there. You normally just want to get out once you lose a couple guys before the point opens, but there will be an opening cap on the side of F8 Ball.
From new types only has 1 ult yet, but they have plenty of time. They're surely gonna fight this. Oh, they're going immediately.
Yeah, and they found the slash to find that opening kill, and they do find the first
Domino
2.
is going.
Felminty retaliates with his Zadol to find 2 as well, yeah. Still an even fight here. Sazalt also gets popped, but he's looking pretty low. He gets flailed out again, so that's going to put a stop to that. Gundam ult comes out as well for the space, but actually gets destroyed by the other Gundam ult that was popped a couple seconds earlier, so interesting interaction coming out right there. But it will be...
They managed to flip it.
He's going to come to try to cause some last second shenanigans before they rotate over to A. And they do find flowers, but they're not going to be able to flip this point, so...
3 minutes for
As
Look
we
at
head over
Ball is not having as easy of a time stalling the points.
Yeah, and I think that's more of a conscious effort from the side of, from both teams here. I think they realize that they have to prioritize the objective a little bit more. was a little bit too easy to flip the points in the last round on both sides, so you can see they're fighting for that control a little bit more than they did the first round. But it will be F8 Ball in early control of the A point and this high ground coming up, and they do find an opening pick.
They're gonna
on
get the points.
So they will be able to cap here. And this should bring them back to basically even with their reformed new types, if not even taking the lead here, if they can manage to full hold this. We do have a few ults ready on both sides here. We're coming up on almost 5 ults on the side of the F8 Ball. See if they like
Double
to use
is probably
some
gonna
here.
come on point at any time now.
And as Z2RL comes out to find the Saz, Gamazambi missing on that Ash Punch, which is not great, but they like to commit basically everything anyway. Domalt comes out, Zadol comes out, neither of them find much. So it's a bit of a scramble onto the point here. Big Ash Punch
Oh, another
comes out.
miss.
He does find one, but he gets straight out immediately, so ends up not being
It
particularly
was surprisingly
pointy.
successful. They managed to, again, not be able to stall the points. They had Domalt, but didn't use it. And they lost a lot of it.
Yeah. I believe it was Cash in first round too that also had that Dom ult coming up on last fight and didn't use it. And then he died and he had to come back and use it to stall, which isn't the best situation, but you know, it is what it is. So the good news is we still have it for this opening fight here onto the C point. Peeb's gonna be the first to pop this Transam, and here comes the Dom ult coming in. They're gonna try to push these people off the high ground. They do force them to drop, but they drop as well, and Peeb's gonna get caught out
That
for
was
that.
really good disengage from their part.
Yeah, recognizing that we have a ulted Susan and Dom Trooper running at us, so we just gotta move. There is no fighting that. Another Super Name comes in short here, and the Hades commitment is going to be able to secure this fight on the side of the reformed new types. This will bring the point up to 100%, so it is on F8 Ball to find the picks that they can and get a touch onto this point. Zach Goose tries the Z2R ult. It looked like it went through the Sazvi, but I think he died right before it reached him. So I'm not able to find value with that. Gundam ult's going to come out here for some space and high ground control. And they are able to contest it. They're going to have to stay on this point here. Oh, someone's got a touch, and they are not able to touch. And there we go. So we kind of mentioned it a little bit with the overall series, but on Domination as well, Reformed New Types taking the 2-0 win, but both rounds went pretty close. I mean, the first round, I think it was 99.9, like 99.9 to 99.9. And the second round here, I think F8 Ball also got up to like 85-90%, so very good effort from them. Flowers and Sunshine taking that MVP with 41 units disabled on that Z2R. Yeah, that barb did not last very long. Want to shout out Felwintius too on the other side, 42,000 damage dealt. He was building Zeta ults like crazy. Definitely the MVP on the side of F8 Ball for that map. So yeah, there we go, 1-0 to the Legends Reborn team.
You think
So
they're
we're
actually
on-
all on the ready up and be ready for the next match quickly, or are we gonna take forever?
It's looking like most people are readied up, so hope it's a pretty smooth transition here into UCC. Oh, actually looks like we have a disconnect, so might be a minute here until we hop into map 2, but
I believe Reformed
here
new
we
types
go.
don't have any subs, but F8 Ball do have a few more players. They'll probably go switch them between matches.
yeah, you can see it looks like they lost Punk, but they brought in Hibiamuzu. So they will do a sub out here for that Pale Rider. Hibiamuzu, I know he likes that heavy arms. Let's see if he rocks with that this map too, or maybe he'll switch to Pale for a little bit more utility. We'll have to see how it pans out, but I don't mind a substitute coming out outside of F8 Ball. I mean, if you lose the first map, you might as well try something different. So we'll see if this works out for them.
I think players really did play well in both teams. It was a bit of a macro difference between Reformed new types and F8 Ball that we see that from new types really had their goal on having cap point as up as long as possible every time. They were more focused on that.
Yeah, I think point focus a little bit favoring the side of the reformed new types. I think also the ult usage was just made a little bit more sense. We saw a couple of the Gundam ults on the other side get shot down. We saw a couple of late Dom ults come in. But yeah, overall, it's still a very close match. And it looks like Peeb has a DC here, so I think we're going to call
It's
a
one of
timeout
many.
here.
Get ready.
Well, hopefully
This
not,
tournament
but
will have much of this.
I know Peeb has some troubles with staying in the lobby sometimes, but hopefully he'll be back pretty soon. And just taking a look at some of the picks here. It looks like Hibimuzu is actually going to neglect the heavy arms. He's going to go on Sazabi instead. And we might have to get a map remake here coming in. Looks like P was having some technical issues, but let's see if maybe a little bit of a restart on his end fixes things. On the side of the reformed new types, we'll see if they end up sticking with this comp, but we have Keicho on the new Gundam and Punk on the Sniper. I mean, this first point here, it's not a big surprise to see Sniper. You know, it's a very, very long range sort of first point. You can see the waypoint from your spawn door on the offense here. So a lot of teams like to run a Sniper just to find a pick or two if they can. And then once they get waypoint control, they usually switch off to a more mid-range character, a tank, or one of the more robust characters that we typically see. But there we go, Flowers and Sunshine. Looks like he's on Barb for now. We'll see how long that lasts. But everyone else looks pretty similar. They're on their comfort picks. The Ash, the Dom, the Saz. Yeah, on the other side, aside from Hibimuzo and the Saz, it looks like mostly staying the same here. Felwaldi is currently on the Ash instead of the Zeta, which I think is fine. I mean, this this outside portion of the map is still fine for Zeta, but once we get into the actual bomb site, Ash is a little bit better with those mollies for choke control. So Peeb not back yet.
It is an unpopular opinion to say that you would wish to not play on Plague Reaper, especially on a tournament.
Plague Reaper.
In the server, something else, please.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Though there's a lot of
Reapers-
teams playing right now, so the server might just not be available because there's other teams playing on them already.
That's true. Yeah, we do have, I think, 4 matches going on at the same time, so limited availability as far as which servers we can steal here. But Plague Reaper, I believe, is a West Coast server, U.S. West Coast server. So I believe most of these people are U.S. I don't know the breakdown between West and East, but hopefully the ping isn't too bad for any of them. It looks like Peeb's reconnecting here, so we should be good to go, assuming he gives us the green light. Any predictions as far as how this map is going to go, Oi?
Well, these are different game modes. Knowing that one of the teams was already qualified just for existing and that their macro was a little bit better, kind of makes me think the same thing is going to happen. But it's a chance for every ball to make an upset. They're running a very similar comp as last time. We'll see.
It is a similar comp, and yeah, I mean, I think in all these matches, you sort of, if you had to guess, you'd probably pick that the pre-invited Legend Reborn team will take it, and they did take map 1, but I think it was closer than a lot of people would think. I mean, that map really could have easily been a 2-0 for FOE Ball with like 1 or 2 more fight wins.
We do see Pivan Mahiro now.
And there's the P Mahiro. So on this defense here, it's not the worst. I mean, you can fire it. It's basically exactly what he's doing here, but Punk actually does find the pick on Sniper.
Gets that. Oh, they are going in. They're very aggressive here on the first points. They are not gonna wait around.
Yeah, and so yeah, I mean, that pick on the sniper, he didn't finish it, but the distraction that he caused, he had one guy down,
bit all
another guy was
over.
forced to res, and that just gave the new types all the space that they needed for that barb to get in there and cause some mayhem, which is exactly what Flowers and Sunshine is good at. He's chasing down the Z-Torrents too, but doesn't quite have the movement for that.
And they managed to get it immediately. They are down 2 for that. Oh god, and they refrag it. These 4 stars.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a blitzkrieg coming out here from their form new types. And a couple of them went down there, but it's okay because they still have this main control here, so as long as the other... I mean, it's really going to be up to the Sazby to sort of block that bomb, but even then you still have the Gundam flail, you have a Saz axe, and you have a barb that can just cut right through that, so it's going to be a tough retake here on the side of F8 Ball, but
They have numbers advantage. They need to do something now though.
they have the numbers that it's actually an early
Goals
Gundam
are coming
ball.
up. This is not great. They have a lot of people far back.
Yeah, Punk finds
I don't
another
think they're
pick.
gonna try to contest this at all. I think they're
he's
gonna
back
fall
up
back.
now. These guys up top are probably going to get caught out late. Let's see if they're able to get out there in time. Nope, they're going to get caught. So
From your
probably
types have no doubts. They are just
Yeah.
gonna hold W again.
5 minutes to go on this second point. And they should play pretty fast here, but it's going to be the Mahiru ult to try to slow things down. Which he will
gets
be
a
able
pick.
to find that barb. So overall, actually a good Mahi ult. I mean, one pick is... It's not a lot, but
Yeah,
it's,
great
enough to,
weight.
it's enough to stop the push, right? So... Gives you a little bit of a
Sniper
breathe
gets
here.
a pick again.
Yeah, this sniper.
Yet again, the sniper is so being so valuable.
He's found to pick basically every big team fight here so far. He's been the opener. Gotta find a way to shut that down. Looks like Barbolt's also gonna come out from Flowers. He finds a couple kills
What
with that.
was that slam? Everybody saw this in 4K.
Just play grouper things, you know, but looks like they're gonna make a push towards this A-bomb site actually. They're not gonna elect to go for high ground control. They just want to get this bomb down with the pyramid actually from New Gundam coming out. Just to be extra sure. I don't think anyone was contesting that anyway, but better safe than sorry.
Looks like everybody's very spread out, looking for picks.
Yeah. Had a couple ults popped
think
on the
they're-
side of the nuke types there.
Oh, okay. He actually waited 1 second before ulting. This has to be.
So here we go. So new types have no ults left. On the other side we have Hades, Saz, Dom. We have 4 ults to go. 3 of them are dead though. And there's not much time left.
They need to
so
come up and you'll use. They're gonna about ult spam.
They
Their own
got to
chance.
spawn and press Q, especially on the Dom Trooper here. We need that speed boost coming in. There he goes.
They might be able to do it. They have everything.
Someone's gonna
Somebody's
pop that
getting
bomb.
then defuse.
It's gonna be P, but
Oh,
he's gonna get taken down easily by that barb. So there we go. A very convincing offense on the side of the reformed new types here.
You would not like to fight the reform new types. They are just gonna crush you.
Yeah.
This was very dominant.
Yeah, 3 minutes remaining. Honestly, big round from Punk. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, but he was not a Jiva live service player. He's a pretty new guy onto the scene. A little bit of a late pickup from the reformed new types, but I mean, on that sniper, he's been deadly.
Getting a look over at stats quickly. 0 deaths.
0 deaths on Oro and Punk. Yeah, I mean, Oro coming out with the damage, the 15k on Gundam. It's very good on him, although, was he playing Gundam or Dom Trooper first round? He must have been on Gundam, because that's some pretty crazy damage. But Punk also, 11k on that Sniper, 7-0. I mean, Sniper is not a extremely high damage character, but he was putting out some effort, so really good job from him. On the other side, you can see Peeb at 10-3. By far the best KD on his team. Most of his teammates are negative, with the exception of, looks like Hibiamuzu and Felwinty. But yeah, I mean, Peeb on that Mahi, we can see why he's so deadly with it. It's going to be a similar story here. So if we ball, Felwinty's going to open on this sniper. on the attack.
Surely, FA2 is gonna have to play aggressive here. They are probably... they're probably slightly mentally pressured right now to
Yeah.
get a quick performance in, so they're gonna have to take some risks. Oh no, that is
Gets
not good.
diffed by Punk on the opening exchange. But it's okay.
And they denied it
because-
as...
Yeah, it's okay though, because he gets a quick respawn. He'll be able to recontest here any second, so...
All it
not
takes
the
is
end of
one
the
kill
world,
and you
but-
can snowball it.
Yeah. Which is why I'm actually a little bit surprised to see Sniper on the defense here too. I mean, it's still good for this opening waypoint push, but like, let's say theoretically, if it Ball is able to take this waypoint, on Sniper, you kind of just want to die and reset. Like, once you get to the actual bomb site, you're probably less effective than another mid-range suit would be.
The
like
Barb is
Pale
playing
Rider.
very aggressively despite being on these points. It's not both teams are done the player.
He's gonna get caught for that, but his team is able to find
They
a
do
couple
clean up.
trades.
They're gonna clean up completely.
Yeah, we're just down too many on the
Sniper brawling.
We ball here. We're just gonna have to reset. Try again. But you're right to talk about the mental pressure coming into this offensive round, because obviously you just got rolled pretty quickly on defense, and now you've lost the first couple fights here on offense. So it's got to be a little bit pressuring to know that even if you take the waypoint in the first round, at this point you're still behind what the enemy team just did to you. So, you know, a little bit of despair maybe setting it, but there's still 3 minutes. No reason to give up yet. It's still very, very early in the round.
Both teams are even. They
Oh, Punk
need
gets
opening
me
picks
again.
and they get this again. Spunk guy, they knew what they were doing, bringing him into the team.
Yeah, this Punk guy. Completely deadly on the Sniper. It's actually Peeb that is first to build ult on the Mahiru, which is pretty funny. I would have thought that this would be kind of a tough first offensive point for the Mahiru. I mean, this is a lot of open space that the defense has to work with, so... In fact,
He
Peeb
probably
is
has
still
lineups
able
or
to
something
kill
like
them.
that.
Maybe he does. He has some weird angles and wall bounces he's doing, and you can actually see he's doing it right now. Getting behind that waypoint while staying out of line of sight. He knows all the little
Very
spots.
unusual experience to fight against him.
Yeah, it's very annoying. Just can't really do much about it.
There's two ults coming up.
Off the,
They are gonna finally take this, and they can finally start
Okay.
to move into the bomb sites. Oh, bomb gets staggered.
Yeah, that's a really good stagger actually, because now if they aggress on
And
this site-
they...
Oh,
What
Killjoy
was
down
that
as well.
Hyperion ult? I really didn't understand that.
Just wanted to stall for some time probably to wait for his team to get back to A, but does not end up working out.
Well, it looks like they want to
Fresh.
take high ground control,
Yeah.
but they're being
Misses out.
very slow about this. They...
Ooh.
Oh god, that is not what you want to see.
That is not the best use
We
of
get the
half
repick,
punch
though.
coming out. They're able to just plant A for free. Everyone was distracted by the high ground, but they're just gonna plant A immediately. Unfortunately, Hyperion.
Unfortunate ults.
But he doesn't get it off though, he doesn't get the defuse off. Came a millisecond away with that bubble, but the Unicorn's able to get in there and... No, not Unicorn. I don't know who that
still
was. Was it a Pale Rider? Came in and stopped that bomb last millisecond.
Well, they're all ganking up on him.
Barble's gonna come out,
Barble's coming
find
up.
the pick.
Down throw. Yeah.
There we go, a
Wow,
couple
good work
kills.
dodging the dom ults.
Couple kills going the way of F8 We Ball here, so I think they will be able to get this bomb secured. On the U-types, you probably just think about getting out and resetting for second point by now. They're gonna do exactly that. Okay.
No, oh,
2:30,
then
yeah,
they get
the clock.
staggered.
Bit of a stagger from
right.
Punk. Not much you can do about that though. Late spawn.
All the ults are gonna come up now. All of them.
Early ults, we want waypoint control, we want to get a bomb down as soon as we can. Again, even if we plant and destroy the bomb immediately, we're still going to be at least a minute behind the reformed new types here, so the earlier the better. They're gonna go immediately for this A bomb site here.
They put it down below again.
Unfortunately, they have no ults to work with. The Hyperion's pretty close, but other than that, nobody's even at 50%, so they're gonna have to play their angles. Hopefully this Mahiru has some special angles here to contest that bomb site. I'm sure he does. On the other side, we have a Hades. Looks like we're coming up on Ash Punch as well. Hades actually gets popped here. Let's see if he's able to find anything with it. He's not. He gets taken out by the Ashmar. But they are going to hop the diffuse. I don't think anyone's there except for the Hyperion that gets a couple picks there and stops that diffuse coming in. So a huge ult there coming up from Zach. Goose keeps this round alive. But he's going to get taken down. Everyone else gets taken out as well. Nobody's there to contest this.
Oh, they didn't have the waypoint. Somebody back up the waypoint apparently. They managed to get it back just in time.
Yeah. It is very annoying to deal with once you have that bomb down. Someone on the defense just says, screw it, I'm going for the waypoint. Because then every pick becomes twice as lethal. It takes twice as long for someone to get back. So
You just go into overtime.
Yeah, it's probably
Even if
going
they
to go to
manage
overtime.
to get the bomb down.
40 seconds left. We don't have a plan off, so it's going to be early.
I wonder if there's room for draws. Messy fights.
I mean, yeah, they
Both
pop a
down.
couple ults on the side of the new types, but they don't find much value with it. I think they only get one pick between two ults, but they go down in the meantime, so it's looking like we will get another plant off on the side of F We Ball here. And they have a few ults coming up that are going to be able to defend this. Oh, but Karma says no. Karma said no, and that's probably going to be
How did
enough.
it roll up top?
Finds it down
Nice.
well. No one.
Right now, no
They
plant
do
can
trigger
happen
overtime, but I don't know if they're going to be able to replant. They are not.
That was
So,
almost a possible comeback.
yeah, I mean, it was
They
looking
did
good
manage
there for
to
a second.
barely hang on for a while.
It was looking good there. I think it was 10 seconds left on the bomb when New Types got that initial diffuse on the second point. So it would have gone to overtime. It would have had decent time on both teams. It still would have been advantage New Types, but they're able to shut that down and secure the victory in regular time here. Tony coming out with the MVP on Sazabi. So really good plays from him. 28 units disabled. He was controlling the space super well. Had a couple of big ults. And there we go. It's going to be the Reformed New Types taking the series 2-0 over F We Ball. So despite it being a, quote-unquote sweep, it's still a really good effort from F We Ball there. Both maps pretty close. A little bit less competitive second map, but they still had a good effort.
Seems like some other teams have also finished. Your favorite seems to have 2 worlds. Everybody has 2 worlds, actually. It's
all
unfortunate to see.
All the pre-invited teams 2-0 over their Rising Stars opponents, which you can't say it's that surprising of an outcome, but it would have been nice to see a couple of these matches be a little bit more competitive. I think the match we saw was probably the most competitive. It looks like it was the last to
Took
finish.
the longest.
Yeah. And I mean, those are a couple of good maps, especially that R&D. I mean, that really could have gone either way. But regardless, the outcome remains the same. It will be 2-0s across the board for Legends Reborn players. And so the next matchups are going to be the Heavy Gutes going against the Reformed New Types that we just saw. And the other winners match is going to be Aim Trainers Anonymous going up against 3AM Gaming. So that should be a close match too. And then taking a look on the losers side of things, looks like we're going to have Team Kogura Sumaru going up against F We Ball. And on the other side, it's going to be Grok Esports going up against Team Serenity. So now that these initial winners, Legends Reborn versus Rising Stars matches are out of the way, actually I think most of these matches are going to be pretty close. So we will find another one to hop into here soon.
So we're gonna get to see Asian players playing right now.
Okay, so Aim Trainers Anonymous versus 3AM Gaming. Two of the pre-invited Legends Reborn teams should be pretty close match. We have map bans already coming out. Looks like Aim Trainers is going to take out that Ministry first. 3AM is going to respond by taking out Colony Trading Post. So again, a lot of fire and sort of long-range maps getting taken out early.
It's interesting. I know 3AM Gaming has more than one GM sniper player,
Yeah.
so they might be comfortable in Harbor City and such.
Maybe, and actually it's an R&D ban from Aim Trainers now, so I'm trying to think of their strategy a little bit. Maybe they just don't want to play against Flyers. They took out Ministry and then R&D. Those are both very sort of Ashamar, Zeta, those kind of characters love these maps. 3AM takes out Flak Fort.
Seems like yet again the CP maps don't get a lot of love.
Oh, 2CP. Yeah, I mean, I like the 2CP maps. I wouldn't mind seeing a couple of those. I'm a large Conveyance player myself, but that's still in the pool for now. Let's see if we end up seeing it. Early guesses now that we have two of the pre-invited teams here. Oi, oi, oi. Who do you think's taking this one down?
And I really don't know. I've played against quote-unquote 3AM Gaming before. They're really good. I also know most of the players in Imtron and Numbers. I really have no clue what way this is gonna go. You know, 3AM Gaming is a bit of a disadvantage. I probably think they're gonna not play on Asian servers, so they're gonna be at like 80 ping. But they are used to it. So maybe they can still work.
It's payback for live service forcing us all to play JP ranked
Defense
for...
servers.
Oh, that was not the
That
best
is
time,
good.
but it's time for revenge for us NA players. So 3AM. Although I have to say, a little bit of insider information. I have seen these guys scrim before, and it was a pretty close series, and that was hosted on NA servers. So I fully expect this to be a pretty close match here. I really don't know who to give it to. Some more bans coming out. Looks like Ironworks isn't going to make it. Large Conveyance gets taken out. You hate to see it. But overall, we'll see what teams elect to go with. I know Aim Trainers likes that thermal plant. We'll see if they end up picking that. It looks like they actually
City is
did.
still in Slashing.
It looks like they did pick the underground command center. Just that little blue square on the left there. I think that's what that means. So you
But I have
see,
a
we'll
question.
be
Is
seeing.
it bugged or do they just not have logos?
I'm not sure. Would have been maybe their logos are just blue and orange. Who knows? But so actually, it's gonna be 3AM Gaming picking the thermal plant here. So UCC and thermal will be two of the maps. We'll see what we choose our third one to be. Quarry gets banned, so I don't think it's gonna be that one. Between Canyon Base and Harbor City.
Yo, finally to CP map. Assuming nobody trios nobody.
A 2CP map and a sniper map. We'll see if they like to go with it. I know both teams have a couple players that wouldn't mind hopping on that sniper. Canyon gets banned, so there we go. We will see what teams elect as far as offense and defense. Of course, doesn't matter on thermal, but on UCC and Harbor. And I mean, sort of a similar set of three maps, right? Of course, UCC was in both series now. We have thermal plant instead of R&D, but you know, both domination maps, both kind of close quarters. Thermal a little bit less suited for the flyers and snipers. A little bit more suited towards those close range melee characters, but they play out kind of similar, especially on that B point. And then Harbor City, of course, Sniper City.
Probably double sniper coming up even.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see teams run like Sniper, Dynamese, Turn A, and then like a Grandpa Pale, just a whole bunch of hit scan. It's looking like Aim Trainers Anonymous will take attack for both UCC and Harbor City and Thermal Plant. Not that that one matters as much, but they're going to be the ones that set the tempos sort of for these 2CP and destruction maps. We'll see.
Yeah, they
how
were
it ends
probably.
up
Yeah, we
working
don't
out
want
for
to
'em.
switch teams. That would be too painful to do. We're just gonna stay on the same side so we don't have to manage switching out players from one side to the other.
Yeah, it gets confusing, you know, offense, defense, what map are we on? What team are these players on? It's all too much. Now we just know Aim Trainer's offense, 3AM Gaming defense.
Am I the only person who thinks that attack sides don't really matter?
There's probably, I mean, it's tricky, right? I think, like, logistically, it shouldn't matter if everyone were robots, right? But there is sort of that mental aspect where, I mean, we saw last match, you know, when someone comes out on offense and steamrolls the enemy and gets a 3-minute final time, it's a little bit demoralizing to play against. Like, especially if you lose
That's
the first
true.
fight or two, then you're sort of just behind the rest of the map no matter what you do. So there's a little bit of a psychological aspect, but you're right in the sense that there's no core mechanic to the game that favors one side or the other, so it's mostly just preference. Okay, we should be loading into the lobby any minute here. I guess we can go over some of the rosters. I mean, we'll talk about picks too once we load into the map, but as far as the actual players are concerned, on the side of Aim Trainers Anonymous, led by Azor, we also have Hawklight, Die, Epinine, Casino, Neonile, and Spider Kid. And then the other side, our Japanese team, 3AM Gaming, led by Headhunter 1337. We also have Axeru, Dice from Cringe, Himitsuko, MS Maki, and I don't know how to say this, but I'm just gonna go Woo. Probably just call him Woo for simplicity's sake. Woo, whoa.
Let's just pretend in a different language it's easier to pronunciate.
Yeah.
Surely somebody wouldn't name themselves something so odd.
We'll have to ask him how the Japanese pronounce you. Oh.
I say this as somebody who also has a very weird name.
Yeah, your name is. Both your names are fun to say. Oi, oi, and then whoa. We'll have to ask what his inspiration is for that. Maybe in a post-game interview. But regardless, any particular suits that you're expecting to see, or any particular players that you're expecting to really take over this match, Oi?
There's a lot of good players here. We've seen Headhunter on Sniper. I've seen Dice of Cringe on Sniper. I've seen just today Dice of Cringe dominating the lobby on Susanoo and then saying that he sucks at melee characters apparently, despite being probably the highest performance player in the lobby.
No, he doesn't suck on melee. He ping abuses me on Barb all the time.
Then I kind of question if Azor did really retire from playing Sazby, or he just lied again and it's back on Sazby jail.
Maybe it's a little bit of tactics coming out. Maybe another team hears that he's not playing Saz and they try to strategize around it. And then of course he comes out on Saz and they don't know what to do. But who knows? I mean, I would expect to see him on Saz, but if he's saying he's retiring, then maybe not.
Oh, and I just realized the problem. 3AM Gaming might actually be playing on 3 AM, depending on how long this lasts.
Probably, I mean, I think in Japan, I think they're 12 hours ahead, so it's about midnight for them right now. They might be a little bit sleepy, but they're probably used to it at this point. I mean, they probably play on NA times all the time.
This is a destruction mission.
And here we go, we're loading into UCC map 1, so we're going back to back for the spectators here. Okay, so we'll be Aim Trainers Anonymous on the attack. Picks are starting to come in now. And I don't know about you, Oyoi, but it looks like Azor is on that Sazabi to me.
Yeah, that was my guess too.
It looks like actually on the side of 3AM, they have most of their picks figured out. So Woe's going to be on that GM. I know that's his specialty. Headhunter on the Gundam. That's one of his comfort picks. There's Cringe on the Susan, like you were mentioning earlier, despite him saying that he sucked at melee. Looks like that was also a bit of a ruse, bit of a bamboozling of the audience here. And we got Maki on the Marasai, Nether Gundam on Dom, Mirai on the Zeta. So a couple of interesting picks here. We haven't seen GM or Marasai, or no, we have seen Susan.
We've seen heavy arms before?
I don't believe so, but I think he just switched off of that too.
Oh,
We'll see
no
what
heavy
Susan's
arms.
doing, but no heavy arms yet.
No sniper, interestingly.
Yeah, no sniper either. I mean, we do have Zeta on the side of the defense, on the side of the offense. Yeah, really no like long-range characters at all. It's gonna be mostly the Ashmar and the Gundam. Oh, there we go. Neo just switched to sniper here for this first point.
Too good to pass up. I'm probably gonna switch back, assuming I don't see me even living spawn.
Oh, yeah, there he goes. Okay, so a pretty robust team comp coming out from Aim
They're
Trainers
playing
Anonymous.
pretty aggressively.
Taking this right side here. Well, we have a couple people still in main. They're going to try to poke out this this Gundam here. Is a little far forward, but he's going to move with the shield of safety. But Cringe too far up. He's going to get picked.
They're done a lot.
And there we
They're
go. It's
probably
gonna be an
leaving
easy
now.
waypoint capture on the side of Azor, although he thought there was a health back open, so he's going to die in return, but it does not matter. They're still going to be forced to back up here.
People are cleaning up.
See if they can get an early plant. Like,
They try to pressure top again.
yeah, I mean, that top control, taking that left ramp is very, very important on UCC. You want to hold the high control as much as you can. Obviously to secure B, but also if you plan on A, you can shoot through the little grates at the top there. Not a lot of people know about that. But Headhunter team is going to be able to make it back to point of contest before any plant goes down, so we'll see how these trades end up working out. Looks like we got a few trades on the side of Aim Trainers Anonymous. But they also die in return, so yeah, still pretty even. Advantage Aim Trainers, they do get the team kill. They should be able to get
Both
a
teams
plant
trying to
down
stabilize.
here. And their teammates will be
Probably gonna
back
plan for free.
basically at the same time as enemies. So
Oh, Dice tries to go in.
Guy just tries to stop that bomb plant, I think, but he's not able to. That's gonna cause a little bit of a lag on his team here.
They have ults, both teams. And Terminate 3M is almost have their ults up.
Big mines coming out from Woe. He's able to find Azor as well. They're
They
gonna
just
pop on that
point
diffuse. Zeta ult to stall, but they're not gonna finish the diffuse, but they should be able to now. It's only
And Terminate Anonymous only use Hades and nothing else. They still have 5 ults to go.
Yeah, I think they died too early before they were willing to commit some ults to keep that bomb planted, but
They still have Dom Trooper ults and Trans M from Dice, so they might be able to hold.
yeah, it's still definitely easily contestable here on both teams, so looks like Dai's gonna find the opening
Yes,
pick,
they're ults.
but it will not get res.
They're gonna take high ground again. Dom Trooper died, so he cannot ult.
They pop the Cells ult, but he goes down. I think Azor thought he had more teammates behind him. But in any case, most of the 3M Gaming is going to go down here, so they will be able to secure a plant on the side of Aim Trainers on that B side again.
They didn't commit any ults for it, basically, apart from Sasme.
And still 4 ults left to help with this defense. But also on side of 3M, they didn't commit any ults either. They finally popped Gundam and okay, now they pop all their
Coming up
ults.
in 3 AM. Very aggressive on the high ground. Bad at Milliken, by the way.
Kills. Hawklet's still alive, he finds 2.
Oh! So the axe stops it.
They're able to stop it, but they throw some mines down that bomb, so they will be able to secure the defuse.
It might last 1 minute, so they're gonna be here till the end.
Yeah, and I don't know if Aim Trainers actually knows that, because I think there's only one player alive that actually was within range to see that go off, so
Push hard.
we'll see if they end up catching someone out, but they might just try to force the A plan here. There's really not much time remaining. I don't know if you can afford to really group up and take this ramp side. You might just have to play main and hope for an A plan. That Dommel comes in. They're not able to find much with it though. They're able to get onto the site, but a couple of them go down. Headhunter doing what he does best, hunting heads.
He does actually miss the plants.
Very good for me to actually get that plant off. It's going to buy some time for his team. But they still do not have the numbers on the side of Aim Trainers to really stop this yet. Eponine's actually
Epinine is
great
still
job.
falling.
Get that pick and smoke out.
Nobody's defusing. They still have a chance.
Casino cannot find the
Stormtrooper
finish
can't
fast enough.
headshots.
Can't headshot on Stormtrooper. So it will be an easy defuse coming out on the side of 3M Gaming, and there we go, a full hold. I mean, some good progress on the Bond from Aim Trainers Anonymous, so it's still winnable.
It's really
It will be hard.
unfortunate. This is not the position you want to go in on this map. Jesus, Hawklight at 21k? The hell is the man doing on Dom?
Man, it's hard carrying.
Well, I believe he was he not Dom Trooper and no, you know what, I think you're right. I think Casino was on Dom.
Yeah,
you're right, you're right.
Casino was Dom. So yeah, Hawklight on the Ashamar is doing what he can. It's a little bit of a sad sight to see, especially if you gotta feel bad for him a little bit. You know, I kind of hope that your team helps you out a little bit on that damage department, but regardless, it was mostly just a really good hold from 3AM Gaming here. You can see the damage is mostly even. Headhunter at the top with 16k on that Gundam, which you kind of expect to see, but everyone else holding their own. I mean, Barb, obviously, you're not expecting to see high damage numbers at all, so I think he's doing fine. But everyone else is good. I mean, they really don't have any holes in their defense, so it's gonna be up to Asor's team to just make it even better defense.
Like, no GM sniper again. Very different from last match.
It is interesting, and Maki's on the Exia right now. We'll see if that stays. Headhunter does switch over to Sniper, and they do have a Zeta as well, so they have some range here.
Exia on tournaments.
Yeah, he's gonna stick with it. He takes that high ground.
Also, they have no flankers on Entrance Anonymous, playing very brawly.
Exia just sort of goes in, draws a little bit of focus, gets out.
They're not staggering and not dying this time.
Yeah, no picks yet, and there we go. Neo finally finds the first one.
Cool.
A little bit of a network issue. I don't know if this is the whole server or just maybe our cameraman, but
Let's hope it's just our cameraman.
I believe not. A little bit of technical issues here, but we'll get that figured out.
This was expected.
Yeah, you gotta get our one disconnect end of the day. I knew we saw Peeb earlier, but that was just on him.
If the match did actually crash, how is the result gonna come up? Because it was, really not great for Aim Trainers Anonymous, the position they were in.
Yeah, and I mean, they did find that one pick at the very end, right before that DC. So it's looking like they may be getting some momentum. I think they did lose the waypoint, but if nobody dies, who cares about waypoint control? So they were looking okay there on the defense to start out, but yeah, definitely a tough start for them. Sounds like it was the whole lobby that crashed, so apologize folks, but we're going to work on getting that back up as soon as we can. Yeah, on the side of aim trainers, I mean, really tough start, but your one sort of bright spot, your diamond in the rough right now is Hawklight. I mean, despite that pretty poor attack, he's still, even in the whole lobby, he was top damaged by a lot. I think Headhunter was second with like 16 and Hawklight was close to 22. So he was putting in the work. So maybe you start playing around him more and giving him the help he needs.
It was a very short round also. Most people struggle to
It
get
was a very short
20k
round,
even in a
yeah.
long one.
Yeah, so like imagine if this goes to overtime or even just a really drawn out like 2-2 or 2-1. You gotta imagine he's putting up like close to 100k over the course of a full match. There's also a good chance if your aim trainers, while we get the lobby back up, to sort of, you know, come together, re-strategize, calm down, maybe rethink your approach to this defense here and see what you can do, because you really can't afford to lose many fights, right? You can probably afford to lose one, because that'll give 3AM the chance to plant and then get a little bit of progress on the bomb, but you cannot lose that second one in a row. Because I think you guys got to like 70% of a bomb plant, so...
I'm still not sure about how the rules work for draws, since that could be a possible thing in this map.
Yeah, I'm curious too. Yeah, in the event of a draw, I'm not sure if they're going to replay the map or if they're going to pick a new map. Okay, it's looking like we have a new lobby that is set up. We're just waiting on everyone to get in here and get rated up so we can resume as soon as we can. It's interesting to sort of see with 3AM Gaming how their comp differs from some of the other NA teams. I know we've only seen a few so far, but you know, being in Japan, they don't get much chances to practice or play with everyone else. They're sort of isolated in their own little world over there, so it's interesting to see how the meta sort of develops and the different strategies and suits that they end up going with. as a result of not playing against some of these NA teams. So, I mean, we saw the GM, we saw Marisai hovered a little bit. I don't think it actually ended up getting played. Saw some Susan coming out. But yeah, overall, just interesting to see the difference in strategy. And I mean, through the first round, of course, it looks like it's a better strategy than what NA has, but a little bit of execution issues too, I think, on the side of aim trainers. If you remember that one fight, we saw Azor take that left ramp on Saz and pop ult, and then I think he went in thinking that he had the rest of his team behind him, that they would take the height control and B control, but I think he only had 1 or 2 teammates there, and he was able to get cleaned up pretty easily. So a little bit of maybe miscommunication there from aim trainers, and this is the perfect opportunity to try to resolve those. Okay, we should be good to go. In just about 1 minute here, just waiting on the final couple stragglers.
I wonder if they're gonna put 3 AM Gaming on attack here. So I believe they just need to get the the percentage that Aim Trainers Anonymous got. To be a technical victory at least.
Yeah, that'll probably be how it ends up working out, but
it was all it was to prevent Hawklight to get 40k damage in a under 10-minute match.
yeah.
Every 15 seconds he's doing 1000 damage.
Yeah, he is outputting some diabolical numbers right now. And like even on the side of 3AM, like Headhunter at 16k, which is like nothing to scoff at. Like that's a good
Both target objectives.
number for like a very short defensive round on Gundam. But it just gets overshadowed by the 22k, so it's like both teams putting out some good damage right now.
Okay, that's a funny server choice. If nobody can have a good ping, then nobody gets to have a good ping.
A little bit of a scorched earth policy going on here with the servers.
If it is Glorp, I approve.
Yeah, Glorp of course being EU, but you know, I gotta say, as far as EU servers go, Glorp is probably the best one out there.
I've had reports of people who are American say that they have very good performance still even on Glorp.
Yeah, I mean, being from US East, like when I play on Glorp, I still have like 25-30 ping. So obviously I'd rather it be NA servers, but like
Round
it's really not that bad. I think I'd rather play on Glorp than Plague Reaper.
Round 2. Start.
Yes, never ends the Plague Reaper rape. Hates.
Mission.
Yeah, it's not the best, but it's playable.
So, if somebody had the delusion that there were not gonna be technical problems, here you go.
This is a destruction.
Okay. Finally, we are reloading into the map. So it should be, there we go, 3 AM on attack. And I believe the way this is going to work is once they get to about 67, 68% of the way through that first bomb plant, if they do, then we will just forcefully end the map and call it in favor of 3 AM. Because of course, Aim Trainers Anonymous, that's the percent that they got to on their attack. So we'll be keeping track manually, and then if they get to it, they get to it. Or on the other hand, if Aim Trainers Anonymous just full holds them to under 50% bomb progress, then there will be no need to. Well, we'll end up anyway after the round. But in any case, it will be a 1-round map here, reloading into UCC. Players are probably going to stick with the comps that they were on
Destroy both
before the
targets.
crash.
The mission is about to begin.
Looks like on the side of 3 AM, everyone's on the same units. On the side of Aim Trainers Anonymous, we have Eponine on Unicorn. I don't know if that's the same as when he stopped, but
It's the same as last time.
it's the same? Okay. So everyone
Eplan
has
was
the same
playing
unit here.
Zitwar on the first round only.
Gotcha.
Probably see Headhunter definitely not switch to GM, even if only for 5 seconds at starts.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, you always expect some sort of sniper character coming out. But this is what I'm talking about, the JP strats. We got Exia Susan. Melee duo coming out. Something you just don't see. I mean, you just don't see Exia much at all in the NA scene. Suit is generally considered to be pretty unviable for comp, but see if Maki can make it work.
Playing far back. Definitely not getting staggered just like last time.
Playing far back, Hawklight finds the opening pick on the Headhunter, but it's an easy res. Here we go, it's a decent defense so far. We get a couple kills, although Cringe is going to go in on the Susan. He finds a big 2-piece, and he's still drawing everyone else's attention. So Aim Trainer is going to be forced to back up onto site now. No sniper necessary to fear the offense.
Lots of people already being 50% of the way to their ults.
Okay, we'll see if we can get an early plant down here, although Azor is going to find that pick onto the Zeta. So
Just
they are
like
able
every
to
single time,
stabilize.
they have pushed the right side, left side on the high grounds.
Yeah, this ramp is a
Seems to be the favorite strat.
It's a key position on this map, this left ramp here. Side control is so important. Height control is important on every map. But on UCC here, it just gives you so many options.
You're like... Ah, he doesn't manage to get the body down. You like got pushed by 3 guys and still managed to win on top.
Yeah, and that's going to result in some ults being very soon available here for aim trainers. Hawklight already has his Ash Punch. We're coming up on Dom and Pale as well. That's a big combo there. We pop a couple of those on the side of 3 AM, actually pop GM Lens and the Gundam Napalm. Not able to find any
Very much
kills
he's
with it,
killing it,
though.
using ults and killing everybody.
It's gonna be...
Simply, they 5 seconds ago they're all stacked. And they're all playing very together.
There we go, that's a team kill on the side of Aim Trainers Anonymous, and the other team popped 2 ults, so that was a great fight for them.
They did use Ash Punch.
They did use Punch, but they still have 4 ults basically now, and Acer was very quickly coming up on his Saz ult, so still advantage Aim Trainers for now. Looks like Maki does switch from the Exia to the Barb. A little bit more of a viable combo. We do get the early Dom ult coming in here from Casino.
That's definitely a good early pick. That's gonna get interrupted. And there's a really solid defense.
And they find a couple picks. They choose not to combo the Dom ult with anything, basically because you just didn't need to. But maybe you need to use ults now because they found a couple of picks in return. But Woe's gonna get caught up a little bit too far forward. It's gonna be a reset here on the side of 3 AM Gaming. So here we go, only a minute 15 left. I mean, this is very doable if you're aim trainers at this point. You still have a ton of ults to work with. We almost have Ash Punch again. There's the Saz ult coming out for some space. Equinine gets found by the Susan though. Susan finds another one. Napalm's gonna buy some time and some space. But oh my god, this Susan is just such a nightmare to deal with. He's found 3 kills already, but still this team does not maintain control over the bomb site. That's the 4th kill from Susan. How much can this be?
Yeah guys, don't worry, that is bad at melee characters.
He's gonna try to plant as well, he gets interrupted by Axe. Unicorn ult comes out, he finds a kill with that as well. We still have Hades available, we still have another Ash Punch, we're coming up on another Dom ult. And on the side of 3M, all we have are GM mines. I mean, this is Aim Trainer's game to lose. But nobody's stopping this plant from Cringe. So there we go.
They have ults, so they're gonna use them all, I'm sure.
They are popping ults. We have an Ash Punch. He's gonna elect to use it on the Pale. He does find 2. He finds 3.
Hades. Oh.
See if he can stop this plant. He is able to stop it just in time. He finds 2 picks, but there's a res. They're gonna hop the defuse again. And I don't think anyone's there to stop it this time.
That
They're
was
all
a
dead.
very close one. Very impressive.
And there we go. I mean, a 0-0 UCC. Aim Trainers is gonna take the win just based on bomb progression. And I mean, yeah, that's why it's never over till it's over. I mean, we saw that first defense come out from 3 AM and it looked super dominant. And it was dominant. But Aim Trainer is able to respond in an even more dominant fashion. So there we go, 1-0 Aim Trainers Anonymous. Very impressive defense from both sides. And I mean, we can't see the overall stats because of the lobby reset, but I have to imagine Hawklight was MVP. And I don't even want to think about how much damage he had. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 37k.
Yeah, 37k, and mind you, no bomb was ever exploded. So.
Hawklight is the biggest Quake 3 promotion you can get.
If you want to get good at FPS, guys, you play Quake. That's where it all starts. People are still in the lobby here, but I have to imagine we're restarting. Okay, so we have to wait for the round to start, and then we can just admin end it. I believe second map was Thermal Plant. Game should be ending here any second now. Looks like we're gonna have some mingling between teams here before this match comes to an end.
Somebody censored that.
Casino puts the wall spray down on the ground, just a little bit of psychological damage, I think. Going to this thermal plant, laughing.
So, guess is it just a bug, or did the admins forget how to end matches?
Objective contested.
I think they
Bug
just
game
don't
all
want to risk
time.
it. They don't want to risk using admin commands, and then it affects like other games too, or who knows.
That's true.
It's easy enough just to plant and then end the game. Okay, so map 2 thermal coming up now. Aim Trainer's looking to carry their 1-0 momentum into this map. But yeah, I mean, that was despite it being a fantastic defensive performance from Aim Trainers, it was still a super close map. Obviously, one team found a way, and we could have been talking about how good 3AM played that map. Which they did play good on defense. I mean, offense maybe not so much. The Exia ended up not quite working out as we might have expected, but we'll see if they switch up their strategy at all going into thermal, which favors melee characters a little bit more, so see if they want to stick with that sort of heavy melee comp or if they ease it up a little bit.
I remember seeing on the attack from Interms Anonymous, the start was very solid. They got the advance point very quickly. Then they just choked at bomb sites. Can anybody guess who tournament admin is?
I'm an admin. Well, let's think about who we know the admins are, right? We know it's not ASR. You know who I think it is? I think it's Peridot.
I think so too.
Because they sort of said something in game chat. Just waiting on another Gundam to ready up here, and we should be good to load into map 2 thermal at any point. Oh, there he goes. See if it's just a sub or if it's a little bit of a disconnect
They
situation.
have 7 players.
Oh, it looks like
Seems like-
Oxer is coming in. Okay, so it is a substitution. We'll see what that means as far as team comp or play style comes
You're
in.
allowed to have people on coast slots.
Probably, yeah, because I think as a coach, you can spectate
Your
your
own
own
team.
team, but you don't have like wall hacks or
This
anything like
is a
that.
domination mission.
Yeah, if people are in spec slots, that's the issue. So it should only be the tournament staff. Okay, here we are on thermal plant. And this B site that you're looking at right now, this height control is going to be the name of the game. On the C and the A sites, not so much. I mean, one of them, and I always forget which one, but one of them does have this sort of heaven and hell aspect to it, but there's a grate that you can shoot through on the point. So height control is still going to be important there. Although a lot of teams do like playing lower just to stall if they already have the cap, as usually it requires somebody from the offense jumping down to try to contest, and that can cause a little bit of mayhem. But overall, it's a map that really likes these sort of close range, either melees. The flankers have a great time in this map. Even flyers have a decent time. Like Ashamar really loves playing in this little hallway here, in between the B and C points.
Looks like Enter Anonymous is going to go down the middle of the points, just with stats. And TM has a lot of flankers. Not the same team comp at all. Look at this, they all together, they are a giant ball.
The death ball comp, by the way, sort of gets picked out first. Cringe dies on the other side, but he does get rezzed. So overall, some pretty even trades coming out here, but it's looking like 3 AM will get the advantage and this first cap going.
They Hawklight quite a good looks.
Maybe
They're not playing very aggressively.
Not playing aggressive much, but they kind of, their comp kind of makes it hard to be aggressive on the front lines, right? You have a Z2R, a Camper, and a Susan. So Susan can do a little bit of frontline harassment, but for the most part, you're going to be playing from angles, playing on flanks, trying to find
points, no contestant.
And there we go, it's just basically snipes up, takes the point. So I think so far both teams sort of playing to their comp strengths. Team 3AM is going to go for picks. Again, flanks and off angles a lot. Team Azor is just going to stack up and take the objective.
Oh, we're going to go next point now.
And rotate over onto A. With the advantage being on 3AM. You see Hawklight looking for these little rats in the back line. Z2R is not going to make it that easy for him.
Bolts already coming out. Mine's on points.
Mine's on point. Looks like they're just trying to get cleared out.
Both teams have been fighting for a long time before the point even opens up.
Yeah, and a Gundam
We're
opens
both
up
dead already.
to secure the space onto this point, so it should be Team 3AM.
Oh,
they're
that's...
finding all the kills. So that'll be an early cap for them.
They didn't use any ults from Trainers.
Alright, aim trainers coming up on almost all of theirs. Dom and Saw's a little bit behind, but they will have 3 ults here to push if they want to use them.
Golden Zaku spotted.
Legendary Golden
Whoa.
Zaku finds 2
I got
picks.
He just saw the Salisbury and he knew what he had to do.
But it's a big punch coming out from Hawklight in return. Finds the Z2R as well. But Cringe on that Susan is just destroying everything. As he was in last map too, so... We're gonna have to look for a response here from aim trainers about how to deal with this guy.
3 minutes
Heading
remaining.
back over to point C actually. It's a heavy advantage now on the side of 3AM. And they played this first C point pretty well, so... On the side of Azor, we're gonna have to pop some ults here. We have 5 to work with. I'm fully expecting a Dom Hades or a Z2R to get some picks in the back line. We can even use Styles and Unicorn if we have to. But Unicorn's gonna get picked early.
Goes out. Going down.
Yeah, the Dom ult comes out, but they already lost a couple players by the time he decided to use it. Now they pop Hades as well, just to try to equalize, but I think as long as 3AM gets out of this unscathed, it's going to be a huge waste from Name Trainers Anonymous. They do find Cringe though, who is pretty far up.
They want to be on point and they're not been fighting there for a little while already.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job of just stalling and stalling and stalling. They're going to get up to basically 99% at this point already. They do finally pop Sawzult. They only have Unicorn left to play with. But it's still not enough to win this fight, it looks like. I mean, they do find a couple kills finally, end up flipping
It's
the
just
point.
good for Enter Anonymous. At least now they just need to hold this point till the end of the game.
Sure, Hawklight finding a couple big picks on the Gundam. He finds his ult back already.
Hawklight switched to the Gundam 1 minute and he's already has ult already.
Yeah. Part of that's just because Gundam builds his ult so fast, but the other part is Hawklight also just doesn't miss, so... Those two things in tandem means his ult is basically another cooldown. And on the side of 3M, we actually don't have many else to work with. We're gonna come up on Camper and Z2R here shortly. Z2R uses it immediately and just finds a kill onto Neonile. There we go, half the team goes down. They're not gonna be able to get any reses off. They flip the point. Touches have to come in from aim trainers here to stay
The
alive.
res stalling is happening.
I'm just gonna put a shutdown to all these people on the point though. It's only Hawkeye left. And he stalls long enough for
they
Azor to
want
get
to
back
speed
and have a uni ult.
They
Find a
refuse
pick
to
on the
lose
shoot.
rounds this easily.
Deadman's gonna get caught. Casino's back with armor. Very scrappy little contest here coming at the end, but that's a massive Ash punch. That's gonna find 2 people. It's only Neonile left. He's gonna get caught as well. There was Hawkeye in the low ground there, but it's not gonna be enough.
Really good attempts. You would think they would have lost already, but they just keep dribbling one by one.
Oh yeah, I
If it
fully
was on
expected
Dreampoint, they might have
Airstream to
actually
lose
gotten
that much
it.
earlier. They did a good job stalling for a while, but never able to get much momentum to swing that point back in their favor. So it will be 1-0 the favor of 3AM going into this second round. See if we see any switch ups on the side of aim trainers. Taking a look at the stats here a little bit. And
Hawkeye
again,
definitely not farming.
Hawkeye is almost double damage, second place on his team. I mean, what are we looking at here? Like, rest of his team is 9k, 10k, 10k, 14k for Neo, 13k for Casino. So they're holding their own. But oh my god, someone needs to stop this guy.
I mean, someone needs to stop Dice. 22
Someone needs to
kills.
stop that.
And we know he was getting most of the finishes.
Yeah, and I mean, the damage isn't there, but he's also a Susan, right? You're not expecting him to get top damage. You're looking at him to get picks and to draw a lot of attention. I mean, 22 and 3, he's doing a great job at getting kills and staying alive. And that reflects in the scoreboard. I mean, 1-0 to the side of 3AM despite Hawkeye's performance.
Hawkeye picked the Susanoo.
I guess the best way to stop Susan is to be a Susan yourself. Here we go, first speed point of the match. Looking like it's
60
gonna
minutes
be
lane.
capped initially by 3AM Gaming.
They're gonna get the
Final
res.
picks, and they get reses.
We've captured objective B.
So continuing their momentum from last round. Z2R is actually already a decent chunk of the way there to his ult. So we'll see if aim trainers can group up quickly and they're actually going to chase him down. Hawkeye's going to chase him down a little bit. He wants to shut that guy down. He's been way too much of a nuisance so far.
Quite alone on points actually. His entire team has not even entered the area. He has so much attention, but his team is just
Playing so
AFK.
scared. I don't think they realize how much space Hawk is making for them, so they're kind of slow to get in. And they just never end up making that push.
Now it's too late probably to get any cap wins, so
Yeah,
they'll
yeah.
probably set up on C.
We just go see at this point. But the good news about the early rotate is they will be set up very nicely here, and they do find the opening kill onto Camphor. They don't finish it though, and Hawklight ends up going down instead. And we know that means trouble for Aim Trainers Anonymous, so...
They are stacking up really together again.
And it's just food for cringe. I mean, he
At
has
least they
his
forced
ult
out an
now.
ult.
They do commit the
But
Z2R
it's-
ult, maybe unnecessarily, but
They fought solid on the first point, but they still like not that. Their ult economy is trash. So
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
they're very
really-
spread out. 3 AM. I'm not sure they. I assume they don't really know this. See how aggressive they play.
Yeah, they popped an early Susan ult there, so I think they wanted to maybe catch a couple people off spawn, but
They did.
I mean, they're holding this room down really well. They actually commit the camp ult as well. That finds Sazabi. So trade's going out, but if the trades go out in front of the aim trainer's door, they still have to get to that point. And at this point, it's almost not even worth going for it. There's only 20 seconds left. I mean, they're gonna try to get there quickly, but if 3AM can hold this for any real amount of time, then they're just gonna have to go to Back to A.
As always in comp, always the early rotation.
Yeah. The Air Trainers is doing a decent job at making the early rotations, but they're still down 93 to 0%.
They're gonna hold 30 seconds before the point even starts.
It's a little bit early, I think. I mean, they do have 6 ult at this point, so I think they just want to use them to secure a fight win and hopefully start building it back up, because I think the hope is we still have 5 ults remaining, so hopefully you secure 2 more team fights. And by the time that happens, your Dom should have ult again, or at least be close to it. So I actually don't mind the early ult there coming in just to secure this initial point, because we should have no difficulty contesting. I mean, on the side of 3 AM, they have nothing to respond with, so...
They're gonna keep the ults coming. It seems like this is their favorite strategy to just stack on point with a bunch of people and just brawl there till the end.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you do have...
regardless of how this goes, they're probably gonna stall for the 20 seconds, even if they lose. So, just a good strategy for them.
Yeah, basically about as good of a C hold or an A hold as you can hope for if you're aim trainers. Despite losing a couple people, you're still able to get those trades and keep that contesting. So
they came in
at this point
with 6 ults and they only used 2. And they almost out-doubled already.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, right? They still have the better ults to use for this first fight onto B. And by the time that fight's done, Dom's gonna have his ult again, so... Actually pretty good ult coordination coming in here from aim trainers. They're able to close that lead in half. They can hopefully...
macro being
it's a
like that.
massive
Oh, that,
half.
holy crap, that was 3 people? 4 people?
It was a huge punch, but... Well,
that is
there we go,
rough.
the cleanup comes in. He didn't find any kills with it, but he damaged everybody and forced him out of position, so... The rest of his team were able to clean that up.
I'm not sure they can touch. They have people close enough to potentially do it.
They pump hate.
And they have the
to get in
ults.
there. They are gonna be able to touch, but oh my
Oh,
god.
the mines.
Oh,
Wow, that was rough. That's just a really good dash punch. How could you forget that?
yeah.
They didn't even get to ult.
I would say the ult coordination on the whole that round was better from aim trainers, but the actual ults used by 3AM just found way more kills, right? Those mines individually, massive ult. That's actually gonna earn him MVP too on the GM. Congrats to Woe.
Definitely not the high cruciality.
Yeah, just a massive individual Ash Punch, massive GM mines. We even saw a Gundam ult come in there at the end that found one. So yeah, I mean, they just found the big plays on the side of 3AM that earns them the 2-0 victory on Thermal Plant. So we will be seeing a map 3 here. Aim Trainers won
Aim Trainers won UCC.
And 3AM wins Thermal, so we should be going to map 3. Okay, so first
Aim
map
Trainers
3
were
of
just
the
very heavy focus on their comms. We seemed them always very well coordinated, but then they just got caught off guard at the end.
Yeah, I think it was just a combination of they held that A point well, 3AM decided to rotate early, and then they had a couple of just massive ults. And then at that point, Aim Trainers is basically just forced to give up team coordination in favor of just touching, which once you get to that point, you probably already lost the round, but it's just necessary at that point. But yeah, I mean, I honestly really liked Aim Trainers that second round. They really looked to come together. It was much better than the first round, for sure. That was pretty
So
heavily,
you wanted to see Harbor City, no? Or did I catch
I
it
wouldn't
wrong?
mind it. I wouldn't mind some Harbor City.
Well, looks like that's what we're gonna see.
Let's go. I mean, obviously a sniper map. I fully expect Headhunter to be on the GM sniper, or at least the Dynamies. And then probably someone else will pick the other on his team, and I expect the same thing from Team Aim Trainers. 1 if not 2 snipers on each side.
I wonder, I don't exactly recognize any sniper players on Internet Anonymous team.
I mean, Hawklight's pretty versatile, so he'll hop on the sniper if he wants to. I've seen Neo on sniper before. I've seen Acer on sniper before, but
True.
not in a great way. So
Really?
you might want to
Yeah.
stick to the saws there for this one. But so yeah, I mean, I would expect Hawk or Neo maybe. Casino is also a decent sniper, but he's also a really good Dominash player, so they might want to keep him on that role.
Acer is not getting a break here.
Nope. Looks like we're about to head right into map 3.
Point capture mission.
So obviously, being a sniper map, it's all about who finds the picks. It's very hard for any of these sort of mid-range units to really take any space before pick is found on either side.
I assume they're probably both teams are gonna play very aggressively on the first points, so I get a pick as early as possible with the journey back from spawn from the defending team being so long.
Right, yeah. Yeah, this first point usually ends up getting capped relatively quickly. Again, it depends on how soon the picks come out, but once the offensive sniper finds a pick or two, it's usually pretty straightforward from there. It's really this second point, or the between the first and the second point, that nasty little choke once you cross the bridge.
Your goal is to
That is where
capture both
teams
target locations.
really need to be coordinated in order
The
to make a
mission
push
is
past
about
that.
to
So we'll see how teams decide to handle that. Also,
Exactly, just
ironically,
adds just all hit scan. A
Yeah,
few
look at
shields
comps
and
here.
one Susano from Dice of Cringe again.
yeah, Cringe sticking with the Susan. I mean, he was finding success with it, so if it ain't broke,
Definitely
don't
not
fix
the
it.
demon.
We'll see how it does on Harbor. And yeah, the Zeta comes out, also a great Zeta map. Ashamar, it's a sneakily not an incredible Ashamar map, especially on this first point, because if the enemy team has so much hit scan and snipers, then it's almost like a death sentence if you just fly way high in the air. So you're really gonna have to play cover effectively. Zeta doesn't struggle as much because of course he has that shield that can block him from a couple shots before he's forced to jump down. So we'll see if they can find value on that. So it is Hawk on the sniper, on the other side is Hunter, so no surprises there. Neither team deciding to run a Dynamis or a turn A. So that's a little bit interesting, but it's not required on this map.
They seem to be just running it out, they don't really want to push in.
Okay, so there's one pick on the Ashamar, but Headhunter's
Got a
getting
big old
value.
team with the Pell Rider. They're getting, they got the one pick already, that's what they were looking for.
Yeah, but they're taking damage and they lost a couple players themselves, so
3 minutes remaining.
They should get this one way faster. The Hyperion is gonna take forever to come back.
yeah, the Hyperion just spawning down, so if there's a time to start trying to make some moves, it's probably now. Looks like Hawklight and Headhunter on that. A little bit of a standoff. It's gonna end up being Hawklight that takes it down. So no sniper now on the side of 3AM Gaming. This is your time to take some space on aim trainers. You want Hawklight to get in a good position to find some picks. The mines are gonna block off this whole right side here. Quencher's gonna push Hawklight away. So actually a really good job by 3AM to stabilize after losing their key
They're so much
component
brawlier
here.
than the aim trainers, since they lost to Sasby early. They're definitely, you can definitely feel the response coming in now.
Yeah, Cringe is gonna go into that Susan,
Damn.
2 low HP targets.
How it spells, Cringe is just, you think aim trainers is fine, and then Cringe just kills half the team.
Yeah. That's how it goes. I mean, this Susan character is already pretty strong in those little tight nooks and crannies of the city, but especially when it's someone like Dice for Cringe, I mean, there are very few players that you would be more scared of in that situation. And Headhunter is actually going to find revenge on the Hawklight here. He's not going to be able to finish the kill though. And Hawklight's actually just going to find it right back, so...
Unfortunate. I don't think anybody's letting Headhunter. He's just gonna get left there.
Yeah, he's too far away. Okay, so no sniper again on the defense here. But Hawklight goes on to C4.
Big punch.
You don't see that very often. And a huge
they're
punch
getting all
from...
the bigs.
Yeah, she gets 3. We're going to commit Zeta ult as well. Probably
That was
not
2
necessary,
ults.
but just to secure this point.
They didn't lose anybody.
Yeah, so we're resetting on offense here. I mean, Headhunter is going to be back by now, so... Still no progress in this point yet on the side of Aim Trainers Anonymous. It's looking pretty rough for them.
They don't have ults. Only
They don't have
Hades
ults.
and Super Napalm.
Yeah, the Napalm gets downed right now. I mean, Hades is obviously a great ult, but just to use it alone on this first point here when your team doesn't have any space, it can be really hard to find value with it. But I mean, they don't really have much of a choice. I mean, we're gonna have Saw's ult coming up soon. I think the hope is you hopefully build that, use that to make some space for your Hades, and then maybe you can find a couple picks, but... Hawklight's actually off of the sniper onto Dynamis. That's gonna help him out in that
One
duel,
big.
but it's gonna be
They're
worse
gonna
at
push
finding
forward.
individuals.
Sazvi is really close already. Finally didn't get picked off while closing in.
It's a big skewer
he gets
coming out. It
sub-ulted.
finds Saz, but he goes down. The Sazabi's Resable. Cringe is gonna stop it though.
They can definitely do this. They already have 3 picks. They only lost 2. And the
Guy's a bit
distance is
far up,
different.
but Headhunter should be going down
They
here
don't have
soon.
ults. Defenders don't have ults to stop any of this, and they get staggered even further.
There we go. So it's probably not contestable, so it should be first point going the side of Aim Trainers Anonymous. So that will buy them a little bit of time to get to this beat point, but like I mentioned earlier, it's this choke right here that usually causes issues for a lot of offenses, so they only have 2 minutes to work with at this point. And defense is coming up on some ults. I think if we're Aim Trainers, we gotta pop ults early here and get control of this choke before it's too late. We do not want them to build another GM ult and Zeta ult to really lock down this this
They
space
have the Headhunter was sniping from across the map from their spawn into the bridge. He got some value for it apparently.
here. Zeta ult gets cancelled. It's not what you want to see if you're Aim Trainers.
It's very messy, but they do go in. Sazvi just
Has to be
clicks the buttons.
it's a Salzbian Pale Rider against the world right now. But he's able to find this
Well,
sniper.
they're so
though.
much brawler than everybody else. They might actually be able to pull it off.
Yeah, and they
It
find the
looks like
picks.
they
I
are.
mean, can't quite get to point yet because spawners are coming up and they're gonna bubble res this sniper. So they regroup a little bit, but they do a good job to take that choke. And they pop Dynamy's ult now, trying to find a pick. They do find one to Hyperion. I really expect them to
Looks
use
like big
Hades
Zeta
here,
ult
but a
coming.
huge punch in Zeta ult is gonna put a stop to that.
Oh, Casino goes off the map, maybe?
He should just jump off the map. Yeah, there's no way he's getting out. Here we go. I mean, it's basically last push territory now.
They
We do have a
to do
few
it.
ults to work with, but not any of the big team play space making ults except for this napalm that just gets thrown out.
It's a good
You
start.
find a couple picks.
They
So
should
just
have the
Hades to work
Hades.
with. I mean, he needs to just pop it now and go. Yeah.
Did that smash just fell off the map? Okay, this
And
game
the Hades gets popped. Acer finds one as well. So they're making it onto point.
1-0.
They make it onto point. Actually, 3AM has no ults to respond. They're gonna build GM ults soon, but it's not the most effective ult in retaking points. And they don't even really have the numbers to contest this yet. They're gonna have to make a last-second push.
Then, like,
Someone's
the
gonna have to
GM is coming
touch.
from behind. I
Turn
think he's gonna
has to
do
touch
it.
here. Oh, it's gonna be the GM from the back, but no, they're not gonna be able to do it. So that was a really disastrous start for Aim Trainers, but they end up coming back and capping second point with only 2 minutes remaining. So it does go to OT, but they do a great job to actually secure both points. I really thought that was gonna be a full hold there from 3AM for
3M
a
is
long while.
again getting huge ults. When there's also not of cooldown though, it seems like Trainers can do something. Well, whenever Dice doesn't kill half the team.
Yeah, the
We're
individual
probably gonna
plays
see
from,
similar team comps. I assume they might play a little bit more snipers maybe on the
you can
attack
see
side.
Woe is actually top damage on GM with 23k.
That's crazy.
That is not something you see every day when you have Ashamars and Gundams on your team. So excellent job from him. I mean, he's one of the best GM players I think out there at the moment. So surprised to see him top damage, but not surprised that it's him. On the other side,
Then probably cannot leave the heads place.
yeah, that's true. On the other side, Hawklight top damage, but it's a bit closer this time. We still have 19k coming out from Casino on the Ash, Neo Nile on the Pale. So it's a bit closer, you know. A little bit more of a team effort all around there. But let's see how they do on defense. I mean, let's see if they can respond with an equally strong defense on this first point that the RAM had, which they were able to do in the UCC. Let's see if they can do it on Harbor as well.
They're not running sniper, running dynamism instead in defense.
And 3M actually has the Dynamis and a sniper, so... And a turn A, so even more range presence from this offense.
They're probably gonna stall this, play this close. Their favorite thing to do anyway.
Yeah. Hawklight does find the opener on Doxer, but he does get rezzed.
See how long Internet can stall this out for.
Okay, opening fight going the way of aim trainers. It's a good start. Although they find a couple picks on the snipers on the offense. The double sniper comp finding some value already.
They probably need to fall back. They're just stagnating if they stay any longer.
Yeah. They res one of them, they get another pick onto Hawkeye, another pick onto Die, yeah. That's the strength of the double sniper. Probably no recontest coming in here. I mean, Eponine died pretty late.
They might
Hawkeye's
just push
super
over.
low.
They have not set it up yet.
Yeah, they're sending 3 forward immediately. They want to take this choke control before aim trainers is able to regroup. They're not going to be able to quite yet, though. They still have 5 people on the side of aim trainers there. Although Woe just kind of goes up uncontested. They're playing really far back on aim trainers. You want to be playing more towards where Azor is earlier in that engagement, but they're giving him a little bit of space for free right now. But some good aim comes out. They find a few picks. So they should be able to reclaim this space pretty effectively here. And you can see they're taking this right side. It's like a couple picks going the way of 3AM Gaming, though they do pop Dynamy's ult, but he's really far away. He's gonna get picked. So there we go, space going the way of 3AM. They're gonna make a push onto this point now.
Ooh, great axe. And he gets the kill.
Huge axe on Doxer. They'd probably get the res off, I imagine. I mean, nobody even tried to res him, so that was kind of unfortunate. Zadult comes out. I think Cringe actually used his little grab mechanic there to avoid the stun. A little bit of turn A tech for you. He's stun immune in his little throw animation, so use it to dodge these ults like Zadult and Ash Punch and such.
Wow, these doesn't sound great. They're about to come up and turn ults. So this defense is gonna be tough.
Yeah.
They have 3 snipers,
out
so
too,
maybe they have
finds
some
2
hard
picks.
time.
Alright, let's see if we get this butterfly
Has
incoming
ult.
before anyone can touch. We do manage to get this
Yeah,
touch, but
I
here's the
think
butterfly,
it's
and this is
gonna
probably
prevent
going to put an end to
anything.
the round here.
Yeah. Clicks a
There it
button.
goes.
Everything that's
So yeah, pretty comfortable offense coming out from 3AM Gaming. So we will see an overtime, but they certainly have the advantage.
Overtime.
2 minutes and
Start.
34 seconds to get any sort of progress under this 8 point.
they won't get an attack round.
Right.
Because
It's
they only got it in
unwinnable
overtime.
for Aim Trainers Anonymous here.
Admittable. They could get a draw, just to
Could draw,
make this
I mean.
take longer.
And it's not that far-fetched, right? Because we saw what 3AM did to them first round. They held them on the first point there for like almost 4 minutes without any progress, so I don't see a reason why they can't just do it right back to them.
No, they're just making the other team in the bracket waits an hour and a half for their next match.
That's their stall tactics there. But here we go. So taking a look at the stats a little bit, Hawklight and Casino are almost tied for damage here. Ashamar and Dynamis, I mean, you kind of expect them to be top damage on this map. Everyone else
Sometimes
a
they
little
got
bit
a lot done.
behind. I mean, Neo's keeping up. On the other side, mostly even. It's going to be Headhunter and Woe still taking the charge. Headhunter actually takes the top damage medal from Woe. How could he? I was rooting for this GM for a top frag by the end of the game. He still has a chance. I mean, he has the most elims, right? So we'll see how it ends up faring. But comp-wise, looking pretty similar from both teams here. I don't think we see any switch-ups, actually. We're going to stick with the Hyperion and turn A, Dynamis Sniper, yeah. The game planning for 3AM is basically the same as it was last offense. You're just waiting for your snipers to find the picks, and you can take point almost for free. It's interesting to see how aim trainers opted to switch from the sniper to the Dynamis after first round, but they actually lose a couple players pretty quickly here. They're able to find a couple trades in return, although I think those bodies get finished. They're just down numbers now. It's really only 2 of them left. It's 2v4. But it is Hawk and Casino.
The game's about to end.
They need to just hop on point, yeah. They can't afford to give up progress, and they're not going to be able to touch, so. Easy offense there from 3AM is going to secure them the map 3 dub. There we go, the Japanese team moving on in the winner's bracket. Aim Trainers Anonymous will fall to losers.
They made it
It's a
close.
really close series.
It was
Yeah.
not really that easy.
Yeah, and it was kind of an interesting series. Like, think back to map 1 UCC. Both teams full held, right? But Aim Trainers Anonymous just had a little bit more plant progress in the first bomb. Map 2 Thermal was relatively comfortable for 3AM, I think. I think first round was pretty easy for them. Second round was a little bit closer, but they were able to secure it in the end. And in this Harbor City, I think the difference was in the offense. They were just able to find the picks much easier and much quicker than aim trainers were.
Fair, first points. Aim trainers did have a pretty solid defense on first points. I don't think they lost anybody for a whole minute.
Right, but relative to how
Got
they
cocky
did
eventually
on,
though.
yeah, relative to 3AM's defense, it pales in comparison. No pun intended.
Do we already know which... I mean, there's no way they haven't finished. The other teams haven't finished their matches by this point.
We went to map 3 here, we had technical difficulties, so I fully expect the bracket to have progressed a decent amount since we last took a look at it. Interesting to note was this match was technically an upset. Aim Trainers Anonymous was 2nd seed coming into this tournament, and 3AM was 3rd seed. So it was supposed to be a close match, and it was. But actually 3AM ended up taking it, so 3rd seed moving on. And again, we'll see what that means for the rest of their matches going forward.
Can you even imagine what it is to face? What do you say, Tyrannism?
I mean, I'm good either way. I'm good to keep going. I'm good to break if you want.
Same for me.
Okay, whatever. We could take like 5 minutes or something. Okay. Yep.
You can only imagine what it is to fight 3 AM gaming when they're not playing on 80 ping.
I know. They're on AP servers. They just 3-0 everyone.
They didn't even abuse Barb, I think. Maybe they did actually abuse Barb.
Um,
I just don't remember.
I don't believe they did. I think Maki switched from Exia to Barb a little bit in the UCC, but I don't think it ended up making that much of a difference. I think we saw one sort of a ping Barb moment with Maki, but
Oh yeah, I remember now. The Barb on the advanced zone of second point of ECC where he just slams the corner and somehow hits the guy in the middle of the points.
so a little bit, but yeah, they're definitely not abusing it. We only saw a couple minutes of Barb gameplay overall. It's mostly been yeah. Okay, so Expo's coming in. I'm assuming they're playing yeah, Headhunter here.
No, now that I think about it, it was very close to the current roster that Headhunter have that they won last tournament. They had like more than half the players were the same.
Yeah, and I think that's probably because like these players don't play with, like, aside from Cringe, like none of them are playing the custom lobbies really, right? So the other captains probably don't want to draft these like unknown Japanese quantities. So Headhunter's probably just drafting.
Big mistake on their part.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Guys,
All right.
we are going to take a quick 5-10 minute intermission right here while we get ready for these next matches to get sorted, so we will see you guys shortly.
Why you're always trying so hard to make me surrender? Why you always in my face? Do you really think it's over? 'Cause I've been kicked when I'm so down, too much until it's numb, and there's nobody. Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. Now the sword is in my hands, I'm holding on for dear life. If you try to take it away from me, I hope you're up for a fight. 'Cause I've been kicked when I'm so down, too much until it's numb, and there's nobody. Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody
I can't wait to leave this town, 'cause lately I've been feeling down. The cold nights just don't feel the same. Oh, like my life inside a car. Hit the button, drive real far. Put that record on me like, I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new life. Fighting the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you and I. Close, close and cool like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. You can't wait to see me now, 'cause lately you've been feeling down. You lay awake alone at night. Oh, like your life inside a car. Forget the world and drive real far. Put that record on again. Oh, my love, it's you and I. Close, close and cool like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new life. Fighting the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you and I. Close, close and cool like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. I can't wait to leave this town. Wait to leave this town, 'cause lately I've been feeling down. I can't wait to leave this town, 'cause lately I've been feeling down.
You know that you control me. Guilty self-affliction. Prey on me when I'm lonely. But now I'm your willing victim. My friends already told me, but I don't wanna listen. 'Cause I love the way you hold me. And I don't need a reason. 'Cause I don't wanna be. lonely, la la la, lonely. I don't wanna be.
Like Machineers.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We're back from break. We're getting set up now in our next winners bracket match. So you can see, obviously, we are sticking with 3AM Gaming here after they just took down Aim Trainers Anonymous. And they will be facing off against the #1 seed, the Heavy Gutes, led by Exponent. And you can see here we also have Little Pebble, Hacks, Graphite Eater, Red Protocol, Boondiggles, and I believe I'm missing one more name, E-Girl, Core, Asuka. Great name, great name. For those of you who are unaware, a couple of these guys go by different names in the community here. So E-Girl is more known as Jets, Graphite Eater is known as Zeusy, and Little Pebble is going to be Kirk. So if I ever say those names, that's who I'm referring to. Taking a look at the bands here. Looks like we got, so I don't know the order, but we do have Flak Fort, Ministry of Defense, and Mountain R&D Lab. And again, looks like for both Ministry and Flak, Heavy Utes is going to be on attack first. And I believe map 1 will be Ministry of Defense. So new map coming in here. Loved by flyers, loved by snipers for the first point. So we'll see how that affects the team comps here, especially as we transition into second point. I think this is a map that you kind of switch up the characters a little bit once you get that first bomb down. So we'll see how teams like to play it.
Certainly, 3M banned UCC despite having played it before, don't they?
Right. They did lose it, so maybe they're just not confident in their offense specifically on that map. That was the one that they full held their opponent, but then they also got full held even harder. So maybe they're just not feeling it today. Other than that, I think they banned the same maps as last time: Colony, Large Advance, Quarry. Looks like they just don't like those maps. But Ministry of Defense should be an interesting starter here. I know I've seen them play it before in scrims, and they looked pretty good on it, so maybe it's a comfort pick for them. I think it was banned out early last time by Aim Trainers Anonymous, if I remember correctly, but yeah, we will see. Flak for R&D. I mean, R&D we know how that's going to go. It's all about that height control. And Flak 4 we have not seen yet, but that's going to be another 2 CP map, which has been a little bit unloved today, but we did just see a harbor city, so glad to see it's getting at least a couple plays here. Yeah, I mean, Heavy Goods coming in here as the #1 seed. They have 2-0'd both of their previous matches to get here, so I don't know how each of those maps looked, but I imagine it's probably been a pretty comfortable road for them so far. But I think if there's anyone still in this tournament that is going to give them problems, it's probably going to be Headhunter's team. I don't think they have played each other for practice going up to this event, so maybe the Japan strats will throw them off guard a little bit. Ministry is also a map that doesn't see much play in scrims these days, so who knows? I mean, maybe they can throw them for a loop, maybe sneak a map or two here and there. And I think there's upset potential. I'm also taking a look at the lower bracket so far, so updates since last time. It is looking like, well, first of all, let's stick with uppers actually. So we watched the Reform new types take down F8 Wee Ball, and on the other side, Heavy Goods took down Kogoro Sumaru to get here. And in their match against each other, it looks like Heavy Goods took it 2-0, sending the new types down to the lower bracket. So right now, this is the only winners bracket match happening actually. The Goods and 3AM, the only teams remaining. And on the lower side of the bracket, it's looking like Grok Esports and Serenity faced off first, and Serenity took down that series 2-0. So Grok Esports, we didn't see anything from them this tournament, but they're already out, unfortunately. So that's a disappointment, but looks like we are jumping into map #1 here, Ministry.
Huh, they are matching their icons here. First team to do this.
Just letting the team down. Actually, Headhunter has the same icon, probably unintentionally, but who knows, maybe some psychological tactics coming in. Okay, so what do we see immediately? We see Headhunter back on the Sniper. We see Hacks on the Dynamis. So both sides selecting for Snipers. I mean, they might still swap. There's still a minute before we open the gates here, but coming out, it looks pretty standard. Both sides deciding to run the Barb. This is our first time watching the Heavy Goods here in action, but for those of you that don't know, Boondiggles is a prolific Barb player. I don't think I've ever seen him play anything else, so not surprised to see that at all. Hacks on the Dynamis, obviously it's a good Dynamis map, so not surprised by that. Jets is going to be on his Comfort Ashimar pick. Graphite Eater on his Comfort Pale pick. Pebbles is going to be on the Z2R here. He kind of varies a little bit, but Z2R, he likes playing the Z2R just to be an annoyance in the backlines. That's sort of how the Pebble plays. And then Red Protocol will be on Zeta. It's a really good Zeta map. Loves flying up and getting all that damage in. And on the other side, it's looking actually relatively similar comp to what we've seen. We see Cringe on the Susan again. We know how deadly he can be with that. Headhunter on Sniper. Woe's going to be on the GM again.
They're very split. You seem they're probably gonna kite if they get pushed.
Let's see where we decide to go on this offense. We find to pick immediately onto that Ashmar. That's the troubles of playing these that squishy flyer on Ashmars. Playing against these characters like Zeta, Dynamis, and even Sniper on Harbor. You get killed very quickly if you're not careful with that fly. So early picks.
They have a lot of map control early.
Yeah, the early map control, early picks coming out on the side of the Heavy Goods here, and they're pretty split up actually, but they're doing a good job of not playing too aggressive that they get picked, although I say that and a couple of them go down. Headhunter finds a nice kill. Finds another one on enemies actually.
They're not gonna slow this down. It's probably good for them. They want something to happen.
They're doing good to stall that bomb. I mean, they find a couple kills. Maki's coming in on the Barb, gets another pick. No bomb plant yet, so despite a couple of opening kills on the side of Hacks and the Heavy Buttes, 3M is able to hold it down for at least a little bit here. Waypoint finally gets captured.
I switched this to turn A, and immediately got value by grabbing Barb.
Yeah, that turn A grab is Barb's worst nightmare, of course, because Barb, you want to be in melee range, but if you get grabbed, you're basically just dead. It's not like you can snap out of it, so...
Heavy Goods is playing, definitely always wanted to be on the bomb sides. I don't think they have really let up the entire match.
They're keeping the pressure up. Despite losing players, they're still really good at maintaining that pressure in space. They really make you work for it to take anything away from them. So still some trades coming out. I mean, there's a couple players lingering, but overall it's a really good defense so far from 3AM Gaming.
Even now we see Little Pebble still making pressure there, despite being down 2.
Heavy Goose is pretty split right now. They have 3 people on this left side, including that Pale Rider who just popped Hades. So they're going to work on taking that bomb space back. And I think they sent the rest of their players down towards the waypoint. They ended up losing the fight on the waypoint.
That's Smarol coming up.
Left, find the picks. I mean, Jet's got 2. He's looking for a 3rd. Detour's going to get out with smoke. But overall, the split decision looks like it was a good idea.
They're making these very tough to read. I don't think the enemy team really knows what's going on at any given time, just trying to call out as many things as possible.
Yeah, this is definitely a very, I would say, a scattered but coordinated attack here from Heavy Goose so far. They're not playing very close together, but they do seem to know what's going on. The defense is sort of having to scramble a little bit around the bomb sites and find picks where they can, but they've done a good job of doing so far. They do have some bolts to work with. That side of Heavy Goose has 4 bolts too, so I expect to see a few of them get popped here.
They don't really have any response to Terminal. It gets used. The Asmar punch down.
Well, the response is to kill Turn A before he can use ult, and the Pebble will do just that.
Build. MS Mac is probably gonna stop that.
This Barb is like so oppressive on this bomb. Nobody's gonna be able to get a plant down as long as he's alive.
They have both GM Sniper as well as Barbs, so it's always deadly to try to go for any of the points in the WB.
And they still have Butterfly for this final push here, so you're basically on hope is that Barb either slashes in midair or maybe Dynamis hits him with an ult, but yeah, between Turn A Butterfly, Barb, and a Sniper, it's looking really hard to get a plant down.
The Dynamis is up top, he might be able to stop the Turn A ults. Oh, gets cancelled last second.
There
That's
we go.
done for.
It's a perfect defense from 3AM Gaming. So it kind of goes how I said. I mean, I've seen them play this map before. They looked really good at it. Haven't seen this map too much on the side of Heavy Goose prior, so I was really expecting this to be a close one here, and it looks like 3AM showing us that they're here to play.
So they had a very solid lineup. They definitely had everything under control. They would be down like 4 people and still have control of the bomb sites.
Yeah, a lot of it is because of that Barb just being an absolute nightmare annoyance to deal with on that B-bomb site. Looking at the stats here, Jets never
very
died.
big again.
Everyone
Never
else in
died.
the lobby has 3 deaths on Graffiti here. Everyone else has 4, 5, 6. Jets is a 0. He's also top damage by quite a bit. So he's putting on a great individual performance, but his team not able to find any success in the offense. So yeah,
They were
just
definitely
goes to
getting a
show
lot
you,
of stuff
like,
done.
Yeah, I mean, they were getting kills, but
They never team wiped the enemy team.
never team wipes, never got a plant down. So yeah, I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, but hope is that they can do the same thing here on defense and maybe force a draw, but again, it is an unwinnable position here for Team Heavy Goose, unfortunately.
We have seen 3 AM shock this before. We'll see.
These are opening pick.
Yet again, they're split. The defense is very split here.
Yeah, they're doing this the 3-3 split again, the left and the right.
They have somebody hiding on the cap point. Advanced respawn.
And they immediately convert it back. So Pebble's gonna find a couple picks on that far side. They're kind of giving up space a little bit though on the side of heavy Utes there. I mean, there's a couple of players from 3AM are just able to get into that B side. They have to leave
Interesting
B
how
because
both these
two
teams
of
play
them.
very similar. They both seem to be refused to group up and always play very spread out on this map.
Yeah, I mean, look at Hax's positioning here. I mean, he is just super aggressive on that Dynamines. He was using the pistols to fight for that health pack, and it's not going to work out. Headhunter's going to take him down, but really aggressive plays there from Hax. It just shows you how confident he is. His aim and his movement.
They still have the barb down low on the A sides. They definitely need to kill them before they can get anything done.
Yeah, the barb is quite obnoxious on both sides of the coin here, but especially on defense. This B point is his domain until they clear him out. You can see that's where Maki basically just beelines it to, but he's going to be completely alone, so he'll get caught out. Well, it looks like we're going to see a little bit more of a group effort here coming off of this waypoint. Looks like we're going to be stacked up a little bit more than we saw on the other side. But it's not going to matter because we're still going down player by player. Popped Hades here on Zeusy just to secure the fight win. I think they're going to try to retake this waypoint with it. They're finding kills. Range does go down. They pop GM mines, it looks like, to keep that waypoint secured. So it's a good trade overall inside of 3AM.
I'm really not sure how they're keeping the advanced respawn, because they're down 4 at some points.
Yeah, they were down a lot, but I think by the time heavy dudes made a push towards the waypoint, the spawners came back up just in time. And now with the GM mines meant that push was over, but it looks like it's going to continue here. They're going to kill Cringe on the waypoint. They're going to be able to recap it. And the res comes out, so...
He's still yet to get his turn yields.
He's getting close, he's getting close. On the other side, to deal with it, they will have an Ash Punch that can hopefully get him out of the sky. They could also just invest the Barb to slash him out if they really need to, but we'll see if they elect to do so or if they just want him to burn it. There's only a minute 30 left, so they really need to start making some decisions soon about how they want to get this bomb down. They really don't need much time once the bomb is down, so just a plant and then maybe 1 or 2 ults.
15 seconds.
Turn any diffusers.
I don't think they managed to plant the bomb at all.
No, they didn't. So here's the
Turn yield
butterfly
comes
coming
up.
out.
We've been waiting for this.
Gets 1, doesn't get 2, he gets shot out by Hacks.
The barb is dead. Asthma punch comes in.
Gets the Ash. Okay,
They have invested 3 ults already, and they're gonna try to go for the plant, but they're still getting harassed.
Yeah. Zeusy and put Pebble up there on Zitoro. Who is gonna invest the slash and then stops the plant, and the Gundam ult also comes out to stop the plant. So good job by the heavy Gutes to come back and use ults to stop this plant from going down.
The Zitwar managed to deny the ult even though there was a Gundam ult on it.
Punch. Okay, he punched the barb midair. I don't know if it actually hit him, but neither team able to find a pick with that, so ends up coming out kind of even. The barb is down though.
It's just full on brawl now. At this point, everybody's trying to get something done.
Yeah, Barb and Hades coming out, so they're gonna clean up everybody coming off of this waypoint. It's really gonna be up to just the Z2R here to maybe get plant off, but Hades kills so many people, and there we go.
Oh, a draw. Interesting.
The zero bomb plant ministry.
And I
All this
was
time.
hearing about how some top players thought that the only port teams were unable to plant on this map. But yet are we to the strongest teams and they are unable to plant, both of them.
Now these guys are noobs. But yeah, you called it at the start of the round. I mean, we've seen 3 AM struggle a little bit in these situations, and there we go. Both teams full hold each other, so still 0-0 coming out of map 1 Ministry here.
Really? Are they kidding? Tiebreaker will actually be Bird City?
I really hope not, but
Is that a joke?
ladies and gentlemen,
Damn.
let's all pray to God that they go 1-1 in the next 2 maps. We will be seeing Buried City map 4.
That is some exclusive stuff. You're never gonna see that in a while.
But of course, that's only in the case that they end up tying the next 2 maps. So there's still a chance that we don't see Buried City if one team decides to start winning, but I mean, there's a real possibility.
I mean, I doubt any of the teams have practiced or scrimmed Buried City. That just seems highly unlikely.
I mean, who knows what the Japanese have been up to recently. They've been running some Buried City internals. Okay, so it looks like a swap coming out here for R&D. Looks like Red Protocol is out and Exponent is in. I fully expect Exponent to be on the Sazabi. That's basically what he exclusively runs in a comp setting. But we'll see. I think comp remains the same for 3 AM Gaming here. The players at least remain the same. Waiting on a couple more readies and we should be just about good to go. Oh, we have Hacks and Spectator. Nope. That is not allowed. It's actually, we have a double sub coming out, right? Red is out, Exponent is in. We also have Hacks going out, and Cool Cheese coming in. Probably on the Dom Trooper, but we'll see.
Said Bundigals only plays Barbatos. That's what they're going for next map by keeping him on the roster.
Probably, yeah. And R&D is a decent bar map, so would not surprise to see Boone staying in for this one. And also Sazabi and Dom Trooper also better on R&D as compared to Ministry, so I think all the subs here make sense.
This is a domination mission.
Hey, here we go. Mountain R&D Lab. Second time seeing it today. We will see how teams elect to take this height control, whether they just take it straight up through like the main point, or whether they try to take opposite high ground first. We can see some usual picks coming out. Looks like Headhunter's going to be back on Gundam, Woe's going to be on the GM, Maki's staying on Barb, turn A, or Desmond Cringer's going to stay on turn A, which is actually kind of surprising. It's not the best turn A map, but he was making it work, so.
Fine.
Your goal is to capture
I'll bring in one flyer.
The mission is about to begin.
And Barb.
Yeah, and on the side of Heavy Goots, looking pretty much as we expected. Everyone's on the same characters. Cool Cheese and Expo are on that Dom Sosby, as I suspected. So nothing new coming out there. It's gonna be a B point first, so love to get Nixie right off the bat.
Oh, I remember immediately on side shot.
See, they're trying to take that orange control first, both trying to down the orange hallway. Actually 3 AM that backed off first, and they took the opposite side instead. The picks coming out both teams.
Oh, how the hell did that hug land? Nobody... Oh, they finally capped the points.
Dude's finally get a capping point. A little bit of contest coming out there, but yeah, the stragglers still had an interest to alive, still finding some things, but they're going to be forced to back up and regroup here. Wo's already on 70% GMO. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's the fastest starting ult in the game. I didn't even notice the gun tank. I'm not sure when that showed up.
It's the Kirk tank special. Not many high-level players elect to go with the gun tank, but Little Pebble is not one of those players. He has no fear. He will absolutely be playing it. Feels like
Dice switch off back into his mini-boss of Susanoo. And they get well whole 1.7%.
nice. Probably not worth it instead of just early rotating, but luckily to go from B to C is not too bad. If you
It does look like they are going to get high ground first. Heavy goods are very spread out, but it looks like they're putting in the hearts.
Yeah, rotations on this map are pretty quick in general, so if you rotate a little bit later than usual, it's not the end of the world. Usually if you have height control on one point, it's very easy to get it for the other point. Or if you have B control, you can just go through tunnels and easily take wherever adjacent point ends up going to.
The amount of people holding themselves in this situation is ridiculous.
Yeah. See a couple that's coming out here is the exponent with the Sazos on the high ground alone.
It seems like with the mines on point, they can do much.
Yeah, it's coming out the way of
They have many picks, but they still don't have the points. It's still getting stalled out.
yeah. They finally cap it. They do have decent time remaining, so it's not the end of the world. They did invest Hades and Sazot there, but they have everything else ready to go. Inside of 3 AM, they really don't have anything. We're coming up on Barb and Susan ult soon. Not in time for this C point here, so
Definitely not base. They're still not rotating for the next points.
yeah, because look at how easy it is, right? They were on that C height, they just jumped over the middle edge, and now we have a
They're gonna get 2 picks. That's exactly what they need. The cap is still 25 seconds, so they will be able to come back in time. They keep getting more picks.
And take ult comes out, finds that Barb. He's going to get res though.
That's an interesting punch. Going through 2 elevations.
Jets
There was
is
2
a
ults from
magician.
heavy guns.
2 ults, but to secure the point, it's definitely worth it. Jets is a magician with those ash punches. I don't know how he does it, but it seems like he always finds a big one.
Seems like 3 AM Gaming want to finish this now.
Yeah, early Barb ult gets invested, but the other Barb actually ults in return. You see he's just holding that last slash and he finds it on the tail rider. Always it's a way to catch people off guard. You hold that last slash for 5 seconds or so, everyone thinks it's out, and then you peek and then just get...
Every ult is being used at the same time. Now it's time.
But again, only like 15 seconds left, like was that really worth it?
If they manage to stall it out, they can go to the next points. Which seems like they're going to be able to.
They can get an early rotate, but they have no ults to work with now. On the other side, we
Well, being fair, they only have Hades, the enemy team.
It is only 8.
It's fairly even,
It's
but
still
they're
very
gonna have
scary.
to not lose anything anymore.
They're really not prioritizing the side control at all because Maki's waiting there to slam anybody that comes up. He's able to find
They-
X-Point if it goes down in return.
They definitely have control of the point for now.
1 minute remaining.
It's probably gonna come down to ult usage.
So there we go, early point control on the side of 3AM Gaming, but Headhunter dies a little bit out of position, so maybe a quick recontest gonna come in here on the side of Heavy Goots. They do find the Ash as well. They have this height control, which is also important.
Seems like they're gonna hop on point now.
Up on point, but they kind of give up height to do so.
They have Hades, but they're not. Okay, there we go. They're finally Hades.
So these elevators come out in return. Gravity is gonna get the best of them there. At the end of it all, it should be Heavy Goots taking this first round here. So there we go, strong effort from both teams. I do think the ult usage made a little bit more sense on the side of Heavy Goots. They seemed to always use them at the right time. They didn't hold on to them for too long, they didn't really waste any. And that secured him that first round. Taking a look at the stats here, it's going to be this Pale Rider, Graph at 891, 22 and 3 with 22k damage. Nobody else is particularly close on his team. Although on the other side of things, we have a few people at the 18 to 19k range. That's going to be Aksaru, Woe, and Headhunter again. So yeah, really good job by Zusi this first round. I mean, look at the elims too. I mean, Kirk and Jet's also at 22 elims. So they're doing their fair share of killing. Exponent also doing great. 21 elims on that Saz, nothing to scoff at. Barb holding down the space. So that is a really good job on everyone over there. I mean, and on the side of 3AM, it's not like anyone's particularly lagging behind. I think it's just more of a team diff for that first round.
They're both teams rush the high ground again. This time they have 2 flyers instead of going with the barb.
Yeah, there's
So
two
maybe they're
people
trying to speed
way
it up.
off to the side on Heavy Goots here.
On both teams, really.
It's gonna be Woe trying to hold it down over there, but he's doing a good job of crushing them off. Actually, he's gonna maintain the side control on C.
They have side control, but 3AM Gaming definitely are fighting more. They had a bunch of people AFK on point for a little while.
Kirk's gonna get caught out, being way too aggressive here. And they're not gonna find anything in return for it. They will find on the Zeta actually. Who's getting a little bit too close to the sun there. So we got Exponent and Boone to try to stall this point as long as they can. They will find kills. Zitora's gonna be forced down the hole. Kirk's coming all crazy, gun tank again. Goes down, but he does a good job of pressuring off the on that little range there. So
It probably... Oh, they commit an ult despite being 13 seconds left.
yeah, it's a bit of an ambitious Gundam ult there. The point's transitioning pretty soon, so we weren't even able to flip this point anyway. So the good news is you have Headhunter on Gundam, so he's gonna build that really, really quickly. He's already a quarter over there. Again. But on the speed point especially, that Gundam ult could be used to throw it behind the wall here, and you can actually prevent people from coming down that main ramp for a few seconds. That could be really important when the point opens up. On the side of Heavy Goots, we have a bunch of ults coming up. So I fully expect to see them to use a couple here just to secure this B point. They're basically even numbers-wise so far, and the GM ult does come out, and that's going to secure an early point cap for 3AM. Here we go, it's going to take a news down. Big slash actually stops that.
That is really big. They're gonna stop it, it is. Looks like 3AM Gaming is putting up a good fight. They're up in numbers right now.
Keeps stalling the point.
They keep stalling the point. Literally on the corner, as you can see.
They're being so annoying because Jets goes down, Zusi comes back in with a repair pod.
Are they gonna stall? Okay, now. Finally the stall ends. They still stall for 20 seconds, even after being down 3.
I mean, they lost that team fight, and like 10 seconds later, 15 seconds later, they still had that point control. So, excellent job of getting in there one by one and maximizing that stall time.
It's like a thing most teams have learned to do. Even if they're losing, they know they can stall for majority of the points.
Another ult here coming in from the gun.
Yeah, it took 1 minute to get it back. Still gets wasted again though.
Right. Okay, big Zado coming in. Let's see how many it finds. It finds a couple people. It looks like Coaches didn't go down to it. X1 didn't get hit by it, but he was forced down the ramp. So he gets picked as well, and there we go. It's probably going to be early control here for 3M Gaming.
Good settled. Completely pushed them out of the high grounds.
Super space creation there. And on the side of heavy use, we still have 3 ults to work with. Could very well see a Dom come in.
Oh, Dom's gonna go.
Punch, but it doesn't really find anybody. And the Dom plus
I mean, they're just gonna use everything. They had a bunch of ults, and they're gonna get all the percentage now.
Susan actually popped his right before he died too, so both teams used all of their available ults. I mean, Headhunter's coming back on his any second now. Kirk's also gonna have his gun tank ult soon, as well as the 80s. So ult economy is still in the favor of heavy dudes here, and they're also 40% ahead. So I think you wait for this point to unlock, and then pop some.
Matchmark is switched to Kemper, not wanting to play a flyer in the last points.
Makes sense.
They're trying to siege. Heavy Goods is just gonna stay on points.
There's the gun tank ult. I fully expect to see a punch here soon, and there it comes. That's not enough to win this point, then we should also see a Hades coming out. Cringe is still alive.
Little Pebble killed himself with his own ults,
Yeah,
but took somebody out with him.
Get reses off. They still have not capped the point yet.
Stalling continues.
I expect 3AM to get back first and really get this. There we go.
They have Hades.
They have a Hades to work with. On the other side, they're going to have
coming up.
R/slash for it though.
And mines. They can definitely hold this. This is looking like it's almost gonna be the last fight. Oh, they're not going slow on the ults.
Yeah, but he didn't
But it doesn't work out.
So it's basically a free 80s now, as long as he doesn't get caught out by a camper.
Almost hot punch though.
Yeah, but Ash goes out.
Oh, he gets killed before he can use it.
So the 80s. He actually popped 80s too, so.
Yeah, fighting for point right now.
I mean,
It's a 2v4 at the moment, 3v4.
This is enough to work with. Headhunter's going to take the lead. They have mines and a punch and point control.
A lot of brawly suits. They can get to points so fast.
3AM Gaming comes back to take round 2, and they're going to force it to a round 3 on R&D. I mean, so far these two teams through the first 2 maps are neck and neck.
Alright, it's fine. We cannot draw on domination maps.
Can't try. We could stall this infinitely, though. Might be here all night, folks.
It's fine. If the server survives more than 1 hour, that's already a miracle.
That is true. Taking a look at the stats here, Headhunter has furthered his lead into the damage department. He's at 43k. He's 36 and 8.
Look at 43 and 46. Pellriders just clicks and deals 1000 damage.
Pellrider is just such a strong character in general, especially in the hands of Graphite Eater. I mean, 47 and 9. Next highest in the lobby is 43 from Saz actually, which is really high. We can see the gun tank. I mean, he's not on gun tank anymore, but 3 repairs coming out from the Pebble. Doing his job as a little semi-support hero.
But I think I saw him take quite a few 1v1s and winning.
He likes his like flanking 1v1 gun tank gameplay.
not exactly playing on B.
Taking the orange shell here to danger fight for. They have a couple health packs to work with. Obviously,
They want the
have
kills.
one at the top of this ramp and the one in their little heavy at the bottom. It's going the way of 3 AM gaming here.
Evigots was not worried about playing on the point at all. They knew that they had 30 seconds of blending time.
Yeah. Much better to establish position first as opposed to point control, especially before the point even opens up. Heavygoods is going to come back and find a lot of kills. Dash is still being annoying, but he's not going to be able to really make a difference in this team fight at this point.
They're still stalling, despite being down almost everybody. They stalled it for... Is this... Oh my god!
As well.
They stalled it for 38 seconds.
There's only 20 seconds remaining, so at most they're going to get 18% off of this on the side of Butte, so...
They're all one. Oh my god, look at that healing pads. This is gonna set up for next one. It
We almost have Hades built already. Just
Yeah,
to show you
that's true.
what kind of impact he's making in the server so far. I almost say just pop it early, because you know they're not going to have any ults to stop you at this point. Like, GM Mines is...
Well, there's nobody peeking at the moment. They're all really far away from the points.
Yeah.
They're not really feeling the pressure yet.
Point hasn't unlocked yet.
Mines go
GM
down.
Mines finally go out.
Don't cover the point that well.
Good.
Good.
Actually goes down early. The Gundam ult's going to secure the point for 3 AM gaming.
Yeah, they took the initiative and it worked out for them.
Now the rest of their teams coming out with ults. A lot of ults coming out.
Big
now. So
Hashima roads.
Hashima ult comes out and finds a couple picks. The Hades and the Z2 ult actually didn't find much. They still have 4 ults.
If I was 3M now, I would start thinking about stalling the points.
Yeah, for sure. Did so well with it on B. Try that same thing here.
Ults are still coming despite being only 10 seconds on point. Oh, that's an unfortunate ult.
Bit of an ambitious Z2 ult there, but that's okay. We're going to be transitioning over to C now, and you're going to see they're going to try to take this height control as soon as they can. You see Graphite jump in.
They wasted no time.
Jump over. Yeah. You can see the fast rotations. I mean, none of them really rotated till like 5 seconds left because you don't really have to. Just one little hop away and suddenly you have height control for next point.
Map is extremely short. Emerald hits the Susby.
Yeah, they're playing pretty split up on the side of Buttes here. You had like 3 people that were way far ahead to the opponent's health pack, and then you had 3 people that were closer to point and high ground.
They get the point instantly, they're not contested. And now they dump upon the mountain points.
Susan ult comes out in return and does find Barb. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as the heavy Buttes control this point, you're completely fine with trading ults, just installing it. They're gonna win the team fight anyway. Bo's gonna kill himself with the C4 there. It's a bit unfortunate, but the team fight was lost anyway.
They're losing
so.
the skirmishes before they get the points. Looks like they want the last 15 seconds. Are they gonna take any else to it?
Graphite Eater. I'm not sure if it's the second one or if he's still been holding it since the first point, but I guess he hasn't really had to use it so far, right? They've held full control of the C point here.
And it
Broke 50% on the round. Maybe another B point.
doesn't
though.
look like for 3 AM. They're fairly even on ults, but
They do have
this is gonna be
conditions,
last
though.
points on B. No joke playing together there.
They probably save either the Ash Punch or the Z2R Slash just for this Hades.
Probably. That's why he hasn't
A bit
hated
of a
yet.
waiting game between those two right now. The point control comes on the side of Buttes though.
We could see actually stacking on points.
Let's see what we can. This is a good point, which they will be able to.
Yeah,
There's
they won't use all the
They
ults
tried to use it
now.
on the Hades, but he actually missed. And he
Hades
used
is
Slash
very
as
far
well.
away from point though.
Hades is far away from point, but so is a lot of the players on 3 AM, so they're just gonna get cleaned up.
Ah, it is over.
That'll be point capture. I mean, let's see if they can touch. I don't
We'll
know
have
if
to
they'll
be
be able
seen.
to.
There's not really any ults
so
on
many
the table apart from
people.
Sazabi. But I contesting here is just gonna be rolled up. They have the barb coming in first.
Died immediately. Yeah, they're gonna focus down these people one by one. And that should be the round in favor of the heavy Gutes. I mean, the contests are coming in, but there's really no hope left, and there we go. 2-1 victory for the heavy Gutes on the R&D. Again, super close map. Obviously, map 1 goes to a draw. This map we see a 2-1 final round. Graphite Eater MVP, no surprise there. This guy was putting up silly numbers on the Pale Rider. 71 disables. I don't even want to think about how much damage he had. Other than that, Exponent 40k damage, which is pretty high for a Sazabi. Kirk with 3 recovers. I mean, just gun tank things.
Kind of, you know, what are we doing here? Are we hoping that TAM wins or loses next drop so we can go on to the buried city gaming?
We gotta hope for a win here, man. We gotta hope 3AM takes this. We gotta see some buried city on the, not really a stage, but the main screen. Also curious to see if they use any substitutes here. Both teams have gone with subs in the past. Boone does jump into spec. Let's see if someone else comes in. It's gonna be Protocol coming in. Okay, so on the side of Gutes, it's looking like they will not have a Barbados on this flak fort. Which kind of makes sense. It's a longer range map with some open space. There's still some value for Barb to get in certain areas, but probably just feel better with another mid-range character, someone that can maintain height control more easily. Maybe even a flyer, might stick with Zeta. On the side of 3AM, no substitutes yet, but there's still some time.
Players must be getting tired at this point. They have all been playing for at least 3 hours.
I know, we've been watching them forever. I can only imagine what playing it is like.
Who is asking for Plague Reaper? They must be trolling. I mean, maybe they want to fight the Asian players playing at 100 ping instead of 80. You know, that is true, we've almost forgotten, but you know, 3M is playing at exceptionally high ping.
Right, yeah.
We might not even realize what they're seeing.
Yeah, they're probably playing a completely different game than us, than what we're watching. Yeah, that's something that we always need to keep in mind, you know? So even though Gutes might have the score advantage so far this series, we can't downplay how well 3AM has played, both beating aim trainers and keeping the series as close as it is. It's such a ping disadvantage. It's very impressive from them.
No, I'm not sure whether Husserl seen it. We have seen a lot of Zitwar and Asimar whiffs, especially in this match here.
Yeah.
Seems like there's a lot of trigger happy players.
Yeah, but those are also ults that you know, you shouldn't be reserved about using them. Even if it's just a solo punch or a solo slash, like, you mostly just want to use it, get a pick, and then just try to build it back. They both build decently quickly, so a lot of newer players or even newer competitive players make the mistake of just holding ults too long and trying to find the perfect opportunity to use it. But in
Or
these
just
kind
give
of
it the solo
settings,
the Hades.
yeah, solo Hades. Even like in this setting though, like even the smallest difference makes that can turn a team fight. So do not be afraid to use those ults. Looks like both teams are actually agreeing to switch over to Plague Reaper servers here. Just sort of a middle ground where they're both going to be on kind of high ping, but not too bad hopefully for the Asian team. Looks like we're just switching the server over and both teams are ready to go. Should be launching in here any second now on the Flak Fort. And there we go, we are on Plague Reaper and we are getting into this match right now.
No, it seemed like it was Heavy Goods who actually asked for it first. Despite TM being the most affected ones. And apparently we're waiting 5 minutes because of the server. Need to wait a bit for it to start working. No, totally tournament ready game. Don't worry about it.
Nope, we're getting going, alright. A little bit of miscommunication there, but we're good to go.
This is a point capture mission.
And yeah, I'm really hoping for a 3M
Nope.
gaming victory here.
It really will be 3M gaming. Searching up on Google Japan time now and it's 3M and 28
Yeah.
minutes.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
man, yeah, it feels bad.
I mean, partially I want to see Berry City, but partially I also just want to see how far into the morning these guys can go. They're about to turn off their PCs at like 7 a.m. They gotta go to work. Well, I'm sure, yeah, again, I'm sure they're used to playing at odd hours, and hopefully they've accommodated their schedules accordingly, so it doesn't cause too many issues. On Flak Fort, on defense here, most teams just hold inside the point. They usually like taking this high control that you're seeing on screen right now. It's a couple of access to easy health pads. There's one to the left here in that little cubby. There's one behind us, another small one. There's a mega on the outside to the right. So if you can hold this little high control right here, you have access to all three of those pretty safely. And if you're on the offense here, there's a few different angles of attack you can take. You can obviously just go in through the main front door. You can take the ramp on the left side of the outside of the map and come in on that height that you're seeing in front of your screen right now. Or you can play in this little hallway that is coming up on this little down hallway below this bridge. Usually if you're a close range character, if you're like a Saz or a melee, you might want to opt for that angle instead. Or also if you're
Wonder
a
how this they're
flyer.
going to play. Especially in the last tournaments, teams would play very far back on these points. Not really risking getting picked off at starts.
You definitely want to get picked here. It's a long spawn in both cases, but especially if you're on defense, right?
That's been scanning everybody on MA team for them.
We actually see some snipers here on the side of 3 AM, I mean, it is a decent first sort of sniper position. They're actually going to hold outside. Which is not something I was
Like on left side,
expecting
no
to see.
Gundam already there. The funnels are gonna all miss, as always.
Of course.
Because it's not 20 ping, and then the funnels are useless.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see they still committed to the new Gundam despite switching over to Playgrouper servers. The Red Protocol
Maybe
is
they
pretty
just
good at
forgot.
that character, so maybe they just forgot. Looks like a couple people going down on the side of 3AM Gaming here. The grab comes out, but New Gundam has 1300
No follow-up.
HP, so good luck finishing that. Tarnay is not going to be able to
Doesn't
hold
get
this by
away.
himself, so there we go.
It
It's
was
a bit of an interesting
pretty quick.
strategy, right? I mean, we saw them try to hold outside on Dynamis and Tarnay. Ended up not.
It did work out for them. It does feel like Heavy Goods is probably gonna hold inside, like it's more common to see.
Oh, but yeah, I'd be surprised if they came out on.
Barb is just
those
creeping.
snipers.
Gets
Barb's trying to
spotted though.
hide, but he gets found, yeah.
They seem to. They only have 5 people. They're still trying to fight it.
Yeah, aggressive plays here. Jets is gonna fly up and find another pick onto that turn A. They're gonna be able to push.
They're
this
really
thing.
low, but they're still pushing. Gets punished for it.
Headhunter actually does good to find a pick and a finish onto that Sazabi. That's their core of their team right there, so even if they find more
Hades
picks on the
is
side of
coming.
Hades here, and Hades is gonna get pumped as well, so they're gonna try to start get some progress on this point. But again, with no
The
Sazabi,
respawns are very obviously 3M favor. They keep getting picks, but they had to use a lot of ult for it.
Yeah, they use Pyramid 2. Just in case, I mean, they still have 4 on points, so this is going to cap pretty quickly now. I'm not sure what we just smash punched. Maybe a bit of a misclick there?
Mine's on point, but it's very hard for them to do anything. Probably gonna come down to kills now, this fight.
And 3M are finding the kills, so they are going to stave off this attack, but not before the Cutes find 80% point progress.
They're trying to get some more mob control. They can't really do much because they're lacking players at the moment, but they're gonna push anytime now, and they're going to double comes in.
And size.
Ooh, the Zibi gets stunned. They are low. Sasbi is one shot, gets killed.
Yeah, Ashmar flies over, he finds 2
Ashmar
picks
just
on
cleans up the
on slower
background.
players, they also commit a butterfly.
Okay, Dyson finish clicks a button and does his thing.
On the point, they're still getting progress, but they're not going to be able to cap it.
That was very well executed by both teams.
Yeah, you also saw, like, the unsung hero, I think that fight actually was Headhunter. He pumped that Gundam ball, and it sort of separated the Cutes a little bit. Three people were ahead of it, 3 people were behind it. That allowed their Ash to come in and punch the people behind.
Both is it's
clean up
all around.
those people. Butterfly cleans up the people in front. Cold Cheese finds 3 picks, and they just make the random point. They will probably be able to get the cap here.
They can still do some crazy stalling from 3M's perspective. They have mines. If they can get to a point at mines, maybe that helps.
Yeah, it's too hard.
Just a little bit too late.
Once you're walking in 1 by 1 against a team like Goots and they have 6 people focusing you, you are not stalling for long.
Not on this point, you're not.
Absolutely, especially when you pop 80s on high ground, it's rough. But it's an okay hold. I mean, there's only 2 minutes left on the side of Goots. We've seen much worse today, so still a big chance here for 3M to have a decent attack and get advantage going into overtime.
The question doesn't seem like they're switching characters yet. Seems like they're keeping the same team comp from Heavy Goods.
Probably Zusi again on the Pale Rider, putting up the best numbers by far, 20 and 2. Nobody else is even close. Next size is 14. He's almost at 20k damage. He's doing
Am
so
I seeing
much.
something? There's just some really odd stats coming from here. Marisai with only 5k, but it did seem like he was doing good work the entire time, and we saw him get hooks. And
10 and 2,
Axero at
damn.
only 1,400. Something must have happened.
Just having a tough time, maybe. He was on the barb, right, for most of that round. So he was not able to find much value, but
It just seems
Hopefully-
like they have such an advantage when trading shots. The Pella is just kind of uncontested, and Graphite Eater is just farming
Yeah.
and just killing that enemy team.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anyone left that can just contest Graphite Eater in a pure aim battle at this point. Yeah, composition-wise, it looks like Red Particle is going to be on that GM now. Everyone else is going to stick to the same characters. On the other side, we still have a turn A actually on the offense here, which is pretty interesting. I don't know if Cringe is feeling confident with it. He's feeling like he's hitting some shots. We also have a
We see them
sniper.
hiding inside the points, as expected. They don't want to get the dog.
So this is the normal on-point hold that we normally see from defense. Catch is actually really far up in the ash here.
Wow, that was some really good shots.
Yeah. He knows his
We
limits.
see
That's
MS
very
Maki on the Sasbi, which is something we haven't seen yet. Very quickly she's with herself.
Yeah, we know he likes the melees, but he hasn't been on Susan yet. It's mostly been Cringe's role, but we'll see how this works out for him.
Again, literally just waiting for them to come in first, trying to hold the angles. They're gonna get the high grounds. Heavy Goods refuses to die. They don't want anybody to get themselves killed. It's working out for them. They're up a lot of kills at the moment.
There's so much healing on the side of Heavy Dudes here. It's so hard to take space from them. But it looks like Drain's doing a good job of doing that actually. So he's going to take this high ground.
Being very slow work.
Only going to be Zeusy left, but he's going to get caught out. So there we go. They're probably just going to give up point here. I can't imagine they recontest.
Hostile activity.
They're going to back up and play for this choke.
Captured the objective.
And looking at ults, so we have GMI's already on the side of red. We have Hades coming up basically now. And on the other side for 3M, they really don't have much. They're close to the mines, but nothing's going to shut down a Hades push here. So we might think about popping ults early on the side of the Qs to keep this momentum. Or just stop them rather.
They're not holding us yet. Graphite Eater got pulled out at the start.
I picked these mines defensively. Let's find one onto Maki.
This looks like these.
Come out.
The push has been more or less halted.
Yeah. So good first ult.
They
First
traded
ult.
mines for mines.
Mines for mines, but if you're heavy Gutes, you'll take that trade all day. If you need to keep the point, keep the no control here. It's a super late death from Headhunter actually. He gets caught out way out of position. That's not great. That's gonna mean another 10-15 seconds or so that they're gonna have to wait for him to regroup.
They have the Turnayields, and Turnayield on this map can be very oppressive. We'll see what DICE can do with it.
It can be impressive, but again, they have a couple of answers for it on the other side. Hades can shoot down the one.
As resulting downwards. Turnayield, every ult's gonna go
He
down.
tries to punch at midair. He misses the punch.
They
on
tried to
turn
punch
A.
but missed. The Turnayield is just gonna kill him for free. They are gonna go
we
point
go.
now.
It's point
They
control
don't stop
for
the res,
EM Gaming.
but they're gonna kill the. They're gonna kill him again. Oh, they do get the res.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they get the single tick here. They need backouts.
Yeah,
They don't have
usually that, I
people.
think.
This is not great. They still have more ults, so maybe the next fight will go well. But they need to not stagger here.
Right, they needed
They
to.
have two people
back
very
up a
far
little.
ahead.
And it feels bad giving up this space because you worked so hard to get it, but it's better to give it up than to get late deaths on a couple of these people.
I think they do use Hades, so that's slightly better for it. Oh, they're just gonna fight it. They're down people, but they're gonna fight it anyway.
Yeah, and Hayes is kind of isolated because he can't back up to his own height because he's been Gundam ulted.
It really did work out for them.
Down.
They're gonna stabilize.
Big
Oh,
Marasai
big
ult.
Marasai ult.
Three-person Marasai ult.
Damn.
That is huge from the bubble.
The Gundam seems to have been killed through his shield. I guess because the Yasma is shooting from above.
Alright, Alright, so back to square one at this choke. We only have mines that we're probably going to use defensively.
Oh,
Yeah, so
wow,
we're
good
gonna
single
transit.
from
He's trying to get up, he
Smacking.
gets killed immediately.
They are a little bit afraid, but they're up 3 already, so they're not gonna lose these fights.
Yeah.
We just have time for one more fight. No matter which way this goes, so they
Oh, he switches off of Susan onto the Sasuke. I wasn't finding much value on the melee there.
they have a smart punch, and then they're coming up onto the Sasuke Dalmut combo, which is probably gonna make their push really invisible. Dice is not close to 1A. I don't see how they can push through. Maybe the Pella they can do something.
And if Mikael's kind of old, now would be a good time, but it's very hard because you don't really know sort of what else they have to counter here. If they do have a punch that's waiting for you, I was going to try to look the hook through.
Hades is on 1 HP, but nobody looks at him.
I guess Trade does find one before going down, but trades are still coming in pretty even here, which is good news.
Dom on points, making it very hard.
Faster.
Asthma punch is gonna come now. If it gets killed before he can use it.
Get shut down.
Now the GM needs to somehow stall point, but against so many of them, I don't think there's any chance.
Yep. And there we have it. Heavy Goots will take the map 2-1 and take the series 2-0. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing a buried city on this series, but there's still a chance, maybe another draw on another series coming up, but unlikely, I would say.
We're probably gonna have to wait a while for, you know, the finals, since I believe losers bracket are gonna still going, and 3M Gaming are still gonna go there.
Probably 3M looks really strong right now, so I would not be surprised at all to see them.
I'm kind of hoping they get their chance to have a rematch.
Yeah. Graphinator gets MVP again on the Pale. I mean, he was doing so much this past couple maps. Jets and Protocol also doing their thing. Nobody really slouching on the side of Heavy Goots here, so not surprised to see a 2-0. I mean, they are the favorites to win this whole thing, so you know, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, if you're 3M, that was a good effort. You obviously drew map 1, you took map 2 to around 3, and this map was looking decent on the defense, and you looked okay on offense too, but they just couldn't quite keep up with the Goots.
Interestingly, Serenity beats Reform new types.
So there we go. That's Serenity. The
That would be an upset.
The Rising Stars on Serenity took down the Reformed and new types. And it looks like also in the lower bracket we had Team Kogoro Sumaru take down F-It We Ball. So your Rising Star champions are out of the tournament. And I believe, yeah, they got 2-0, 2-0. We watched them the first series of the day lose 2 out of the new types. And then they lose their first losers match to Kogoro Sumaru. So there we go, your Rising Stars champs are out. And Team Serenity, I believe, is... No, so Serenity and Kogoro Sumaru are your remaining Rising Stars teams.
Has Kogoro Sumaru not been beaten by Aim Trainers Anonymous already?
It does look like they have, but I don't see a score for it, for that match yet. So maybe I just need to refresh here, but... Okay, 2-0, there we go.
Do we have information if we are gonna watch the losers brackets, or we're just gonna wait around?
So here's the situation. So Heavy Goots is in Grand Finals, so they're going to be waiting for a little bit while these loser matches resolve. I believe Aim Trainers Anonymous and Team Serenity are playing right now in loser semis, and the winner of that match will go on to play 3AM Gaming in losers finals. So we still have a couple matches to go before we get back to the winners bracket here, which is really just Grand Finals at this point. So yes, 4 teams remaining. Team Serenity is still in it, our last Rising Stars players. I mean, but worst case scenario, they secure a top 4, so I think that's a win if you're a Rising Star fan. I'll have to see how far this this first loser series has progressed. I don't know if they've already started playing their maps or if we haven't quite got there yet.
This does look rough for 3M though. They're gonna have to wait for their match to finish, and when they start playing, it's already gonna be 4 a.m. for them.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while.
Should have been 4 a.m. gaming.
But yeah, overall, I mean, I think so far it looks like Graphite Eater is going to be the player to stop this tournament. And Cringe has also been really good for 3am gaming. Wasn't quite as
True.
effective on that turn A, I think, as he was on Susan in the previous maps, but still had a couple big ults.
I don't think he even needed ults. We saw him just get multiple kills with dash, probably because of the increased damage after slow, doing massive AoE damage.
Yeah, we're just going over the other matches. I want to make sure I've at least mentioned the results for each of these games. Yeah, we mentioned Team Serenity took down the Reformed new types. Game Trainer shut down Koga Sumaru. I think we're pretty much caught up on everything that's happened so far.
You know, I believe Serenity and Aim Trainers and Obis are not playing yet. Looking over, that's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, it does look like Aim Trainers just finished their match against Kogar Sumaru a couple minutes ago, so they might not have loaded into their first map yet.
Well, we're probably gonna be a little quiet in here. There's not much going on.
All right, folks, while we wait for this next match to settle a little bit, we're going to go ahead and take another 10-minute break. So we will see you guys shortly. Stay tuned.
Stories, how I believed that I could climb through every page. How all the fire and glory, all the revenge and all the rage. Have you heard of the heroes ending? They couldn't protect and just a jump, just a jump. Shivers my spine so well. Swimming in the river stinks too much. I'm trying to let go of us, but the truth is what's really your one of us. My darling, in fire. My darling, rose in fire. You're a liar. You say, my darling, rose in fire. In fire. You say, my darling, rose in fire. You're a liar. Shivers my spine so cold, so swimming in the rivers, swimming in the rivers. I'm trying to let go of us, but the go of us, really your one of us. Head down the highway side, cold wind, but it feels right. With you, I'm heavy breathing. Feels like I'm lucid dreaming. I'm not usually the type to rush into the night. This time I can't be speeding. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow. I'm taking it slow. My knees on the I'm ready for you. It's you I am. You took me to see Versailles in the middle of July. I'm falling to the deep end, giving into my feelings. Afraid to go on this ride. I'm scared to crash inside. This time I might be speeding. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow. I'm taking it slow. My knees on the I'm ready for you. It's you I
Okay, welcome back everybody. We're still getting some things figured out before we start heading into this next series here. Should only take a minute or two, but in the meantime, we have a very special guest that I wanted to introduce. His name
Hey, everyone.
is Playgrouper.
You might know me as the Sunflower Server. Appreciate my time here. Looking forward to these next few games. I know we're in the last top 4 teams, I believe, right?
Yep.
Perfect. I see here RX Moon's team. They were the ones who won the first tournament. So it's actually really nice to see them in top 4 here. They might make it farther. We'll see. Looking forward to these games.
Actually, they were the runners-up in the first tournament, but they did put up a really good fight against the tournament champions. They ended up beating them in winners finals, but then they came back on in grands. But yeah, I mean, they're still easily one of the stronger teams of the Rising Stars, and it's not surprising to see them make it pretty far into this tournament as well. They actually took down, I believe, the reformed new types earlier before this match, so they took down one of those top 4 Legends Reborn teams. So it's really awesome to see those Rising Stars getting their chance. See if they can carry that momentum into here.
Definitely putting on a good show too. I look forward to seeing what they'll come up with here in this last couple of games here. Looks like map bands already selected, so starting with Canyon Base, Conveyance Facilities, and Thermal Plant. Definitely some of the more favorable maps we see picked a lot.
Really? I think we have Conveyance and Cannon Base have been banned every single match we saw.
Oh, I'm not with the times, it seems. My bad. Nonetheless, still excited to see what will happen here. So we got the Aim Trainers Anonymous on the starting with attack, and then Moon's team on defense.
Having played both these teams in scrims, I'm a little bit worried for Serenity. I know aim trainers have shown to be very consistent, so I'm not sure how well Moon will be able to double this. But maybe they have upped their game in the scrims.
Alright, perfect. I'm gonna start getting this game started here. Acer's team definitely being a strong take against Serenity, but
This is a domination.
Serenity's proven time and time again, they do know how to put up a good fight, so this will be an interesting game to see.
Yeah, specifically on Serenity, I'm going to be looking out for the individual plays here, because I think from what I've seen from them, they actually have pretty good teamwork and coordination. But the struggle here is Aim Trainers Anonymous also is pretty coordinated, but they also have those sort of individual plays, like especially in the players like Hawklight and Casino and Neo, who, you know, they can have those pop-off fights. So on Team Serenity, I'm really going to look for a couple people to step up and sort of match that energy if they want to be able to compete here, but I know they have the potential in them, so it should be an interesting match to watch.
They'll have to stick with each other to a T. Definitely focus on taking out units one by one. I know Aim Trainers is very strong with their ones, so I think for Serenity it would be in their favor to focus fire on units and pick them off one by one. Would probably be their play
The
here.
mission is about to begin.
Also see we got the classic hook cam and on the Playgrouper server. Man, I hate that guy.
Ugh.
Man, I hate that guy too.
Yeah. Sunflowers, am I right?
What inspired you to make the play gripping also part of your servers, as they try to play grip the ping of everybody?
I had a chance to play Jibo again, which was really the main reason I wanted to build the server. I don't really consider it much of an advantage because I'm far from a top player, so realistically it's just there for the support, so we can play Jibo again.
I believe your server is the only one who hasn't been down for a frozen amount of time for like an entire year at this point.
Wait, are we supposed to be watching the game in the stream?
It's a stream on Discords.
Yeah, we only see the title card still. Okay, there we go. Now we can see the game. Sorry about that, guys.
Alright, early control looks like for the point coming out on Team Acer. This beat point, obviously, this height control is the most important thing, but they're actually postured a little bit aggressively so far. It looks like they just came off a team fight win. I want to keep up
That
that.
Mudbeing has been picked also, just can't really push without Sazube.
Wow. Actually going on the right. Baxel getting
They tried to do
hit off
something,
by
but-
Spider Kid. Able to get that res. Serenity definitely need to start going for the C point here. They're getting that control. Or you see Scripted starting and you see the
I just realized we are
They're already on point.
this melee. It's like melee gameplay coming out on thermal.
That is true, that is some insane work.
I think there was a lot of Baxel.
They got the dance for that. This looks good for Serenity.
Light. They gotta start taking that space. They do have a couple.
They have
Once
many
blue,
kills, they're
you can-
up a lot,
can definitely start
but they
taking
still don't have the
space here.
points.
Looks like they do start converting a little bit there. Able to get that point.
Yeah, dude,
Some trouble caught by Casino and by Hawklight. Not even really dandy one, but actually gets the Baxel pick. Also getting ours
C2R/ also comes out just to secure another pick there on the Smoothie. They should start converging on this point. Jake gets into the last real force up top here, and it's another straggler or two down below. They should be getting cleaned up soon. They do a good job to stall a little bit, but the point will flip.
They do have a bit of ults to work with here. The question is, do they even... They probably would want to start rotating to the next side. 20 seconds left of the ult economy.
Hey, we have 6 ults to work with on Serenity, so
And we do
Definitely
start
gonna look
setting up
to
the next point. Definitely need to take up that space. With all these ults, anything can happen here for Team Red.
3 minutes remaining.
I know it's early. It's still 30 seconds until the point unlocks, but you might even consider popping 1 or 2 just to
Have 6.
secure some
Now that
comfortable
they're
position
pushing
here.
in, Zoro going down. Probably up here. Saucy.
This man putting up a 5 somehow gets noticed Saturday. He got pushed out. Something just got...
Oh, got some blows going here. Japanese women.
J-Kid is angry.
He finally goes down. Chile Z2M.
So still 5 ults to work with on Team Serenity. On the other side, Aim Trainer's only with the camper. They're coming up close on the Z2R.
They
really
can,
almost
they
up,
can
get
ensure the...
points.
Interesting dom roll. Going in from a swamp.
Wow.
I think taking space there first has been maybe more in the favor, but
It ends when he's way far up, so he gets picked actually alone.
yeah.
They didn't camper all the Doctor, but instead the Hades.
Despite the dom roll, Team Red is able to recover and get the point back.
You also commit the Z2R/ and the Hades there. Tandem with the dominance. They do end up getting that point regardless, but economy now looking a little bit more even.
They are opening at 7 seconds left.
He doesn't
Sounds
have to
like
pick,
misplay.
right? Ace ends up going down because of it, but a little bit early there. His team does end up getting a height control here. Although Spreadica is on
The
the same
C2R
side.
one followed on the camper.
That's gonna get res by Smoothie. Or no.
JK
Both teams are pretty low, but they have the high ground, Serenity.
should get the res on Hawkley.
Definitely looking to be Team Blue's point here. They'll definitely need to stabilize. Like, they do have a couple ults to work with, so they'll definitely be able to hold it well.
Yeah, all we really have is maybe a Sawzult that we can build on the side of
Just
Serenity.
gotta make sure to not leave
The
them
Thunderwing's
running.
gonna be able to
They're gonna
touch.
Get a sneaky counter in, yeah. Oh, no, they catch it.
Get there in time.
Looks like Team
no.
Blue actually is able to get the point.
Zara was really close to touching there on the Ash line, but couldn't quite make it. Even if he did make it, I doubt that they would be able to make any meaningful contests there. They would just have to straggle in one by one. They have no else to work
A nice,
with.
a nice recovery by Team Blue. I think Team Red would have maybe had it if they probably popped ult a little closer to the point. I think when they have that space, they can definitely run it around. I do have the stats check here.
So it's the
Casino.
3 players I pointed out, right? Hawk, Neo, and Hawk, Neo, and Casino rather, all at the top of that damage set. And I said we would have to have some matching individual performance from Serenity's side in order to be able to take some rounds here, and looking like nobody's able to be doing so yet. Jake had actually doing pretty well on the Zaku melee here. He's almost gold damage on his team. But yeah, nobody really standing out ahead of the pack on the side of Serenity. They've had good teamwork, but again, you need someone to be able to match the output of some of these monsters on the side of Aim Trainers Anonymous.
Pretty neutral stats all across Serenity. They're at least having that team coordination, but it might just be individual value of the unit they want to be looking for next year.
High ground guys happening in Seafield. That's some massive AoE on left side. Serenity is already low on HP here.
Space controlled by Team Blue, keeping them back, getting 2 picks there.
Smooth thing is trying to get the rest to happen, but there's not like the rest.
Nicely done by Team Blue, able to get that point. Might even get some poke damage here. Toss going down. Good space control by Team Blue. We'll make sure to take that space. We need to capture that point.
Yeah, they're punctured pretty aggressively here. They're gonna make Serenity work for every inch of space. Like under coordinated effort on this left ramp here. This sword does get axed and he goes down.
They'll find a pick.
It's a
I
couple
only find 2
picks.
picks there. They might
That's
have
the
given
bigs.
us a win.
They can definitely still stall for. Oh my god,
Res.
huge.
Oh, but I only
Nades.
casino. Ooh,
Yeah,
got
they-
some
They
blows
bring
going
it
on.
back
Oh,
instantly.
nicely
It
done by
didn't seem
Team
like it
Blue.
mattered. They lost 2 and they still come back on the fight. No
Lost 2,
use.
but able to recover nice there. Definitely gonna need to start rotating at this point. Red. Gotta get that pick off Baxel.
Should be able to back in time.
More space, yeah. With 1 man down. They could
The
definitely-
rotation is a bit delayed. They're not quite together yet. Randy is gonna dive points. There's somebody going completely alone. Is that his Z2M?
There's a 2-1 spider. One lock.
That's Hades coming up.
It's just a secret point. I think they were winning this
Definitely,
one anyway,
still in
but
the favor of Team Blue. We got the 80s at least taking some space there by Neo Nile.
Seems like they're scared by Hades and it's different with that.
the scary part is Aim Trainer still has almost 4 ults to work with, so
Yeah,
It could be a good Zigguard ult, misses everything else.
unfortunately the axe does not go through. But they still got 3 ults to work with, so it's not the end of the world. Still taking that space.
I mean,
very
they're so
well.
far away from point.
Yeah,
Even if they lost a fight here, they'd be fine.
absolutely.
So much map
Sarge
control.
over to B.
Seems like they are already controlling B 10 seconds before they even switch the points.
That's the importance of playing posturing so aggressively once you win a team fight, right? Is you're able to maintain point control, but also it's an easy rotation once the time comes.
Look like I can get
You're
a
already
big
halfway
pick on
there.
a Sazabi. Try getting a nice flank with those big claw. That's going to be huge for Team Blue.
On the side of Serenity, we do have some ults to work with now. We have a big spin to win, we got Ash Punch, we got a Hades coming up, and we're got 2 more basically right behind
They
them.
need to stabilize for this last fight. Blue's already going to be capturing the point here.
Both teams are pretty even at the moment.
Someone gets on the point. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Beyblade is gonna come in.
Spin.
Good action here. Gets the Saz.
Dumb ult on it.
The Saz gets res.
All the ults are gonna come up apparently.
Yeah, we pumped everything on the side.
They really want it.
Economy matters. Definitely looking in favor of Team Red.
Ren is gonna be able to win this fight, it seems.
So Serenity takes
Ren
the
still
fight.
has dumb ults and punch for next fight.
Those are good ults.
Both of them can stop the Hades.
Punch comes in.
There's much by Zaro. Picking off Saz.
They still need to last 2 minutes without losing.
Does that Hades to work with? Definitely gonna need to stabilize it for blocking it.
know they have no slash or punch to counter it, so it's relatively free, but on the other hand, you also don't have anything to combo
Saws,
with.
have one
so
down. Definitely
Probably just
Very spread out. Strategy is not stuck together. They're gonna take high ground to proper 3. The Dumbledore's going to keep it.
See the Hades get popped out. Spider Kid also having his ult too.
Now they're gonna dive point and they're probably gonna get it. I don't think they can do anything to stop it.
Up in the favor of Team Blue, and Team Blue will close this map out on Thermal Plant.
And if you notice that last fight, Aim Trainers Anonymous took a big priority in securing that height control instead of the point. They had Casino and Hawklet and maybe even a couple other people up there just raining hell down onto Team Serenity for a good solid like 10-15 seconds before they even dropped anyone to point. Because they only needed 1%, right? So you
Nicely
just get the
done by
big
Neo
speed to
Nile with
point.
the MVP.
New MVP.
Alright, with that map down, gonna be going into Large Conveyance, I believe, next map.
LFC. This was, especially the second round, was really rough. It
Oh, we're
did
going to
really
Canyon
seem like
next, actually.
Entrance Anonymous was on top of the game the whole time.
Serenity overall had good time getting space, but I feel like at the last critical moments is when they kind of scattered just a little bit, and Team Blue was able to capitalize on that. Overall,
If you
Serenity
look
put
at
up a
the
good fight.
players, they're all pretty good players here. I think that the difference is pretty clear that just Entrainers have more coordinated. They have more focus on what they're doing, and they're just being more effective because of that.
Definitely a stronger team by Aimers Anonymous, but Serenity does show potential to they just clean up on the ult economy and stabilizing better. They definitely have more of a chance, I think.
A lot of staggers happens. Interesting Z2M, something that we have not seen at all till now.
Yeah, that's J-Kid's specialty right there. If there's one person that can make him work, it's gonna be him.
The beauty I find of Jivo is I feel like every unit can have value in the right hands. It just matters on how they play that unit. Like we even saw in the previous games Gun Tank, which a lot of the average player might not see as a valuable unit, but in the right hands, those reses can come in handy.
It looks like they will be subbing in Johnny Fire here for Grimwood. So what that tells me is maybe they're dropping the Z2R and adding in a Marisai.
True.
Sea Snake ult definitely going to be much value, especially on a map like Canyon Base.
Has someone seen Johnny not playing Marseille before?
I have. He plays a little bit of Grandpa. He's maybe
So
like
I'm afraid
85% Marisai, 15% Grandpa.
to say, I believe that 3am Gaming is sleeping, as they're not 4am Gaming at the moment, so this probably will be the last match for today.
Last match of the day, we'll make it a good one. From Serenity and Aimer Anonymous. Look at my David.
Ooh, someone did C2Ms.
Of course, Smoothie just has to be a contrarian and stick with the Saz banner.
He's a Saturday one trick after all.
I guess they
Actually, I've
just
been playing a lot of
convince him
different
to-
things lately.
Japanese woman.
We're probably gonna see a very similar team comp from Entrance Anonymous. They really like their heavy focus onto brawling and just stacking on the points. It seems like the perfect map for this.
Gonna be getting to the game here. You do see Jacob still on the Z2M and looks like Johnny will be going on that Marasai.
Target locations. The mission is about to begin.
Unless you count Z2M, they don't have the shield break. Would you maybe kind of expect to be together with the Marasai?
Looks like we are gonna see Neo Nile on heavy arms. Definitely gonna be an interesting one to see.
And he's wearing Gundam. So they don't really have the
No
shield break on
Sazvi.
the side of Serenity,
Yeah,
but
no.
maybe you don't need shield break if you don't have shields.
They
do
are
have the
having something completely different here, in fact.
The GM will definitely be a little bit of shield, but it is interesting not to see a Saz. might be in Serenity's favor.
Looks like they're still deciding comp a little bit. A couple people are switching back and forth. It's actually Hawklight switching to Saz, which is
Serenity very far back.
unexpected.
Neo Nile on
Hawklight on
Exia.
Salzby. What is happening?
Wow. we've got
Are
some
they
recent
bring Exia and no Asimar on this map?
matching the freak.
Oh, back to heavy arms.
Okay. Like
That's with
Hawklight
Hawklight on the Saz,
Tail.
Ace on the tail.
still very
Switch
odd.
bodies or something here. Spread some good
They
connection.
both
Both get
Salzby.
picked pretty early here.
They're gonna keep going in, they're not stopping.
Neo's gonna just push up
Yapriam
and
goes
out
alone
back to
1v3.
Gets Dom
He gets
somehow.
a big
but-
steal
back
somehow.
They definitely have a space to work with here. They can definitely push that a little bit. Able to pick up
Damn, these-
Ashimar.
Capturing the objective.
Right now the teams
They're
are
still
pretty
going
even.
strong.
Team
Pale is
definitely
completely alone, he needs to not die 1v3.
able to converge on the point.
Can they do this? They only have 2 units close.
Serenity might go for it, might give it here.
They're too far. They have to give it. It's fine.
The first thing about Canadian based hardcore double first points they need to stabilize or else easy for the attacking team to converge on the point. We're gonna see some fights with heavy arms. Like to use that. Hawklight verging on Smoothie.
Taro was somehow able to stay alive on me too there. Thought for sure he was gonna get picked, but he did a good job to stay in the fight and go get some health packs. Triumpher actually finds a pick onto Casino first, and they're gonna slowly start getting this height control here, which is ever so important. Especially on Canyon
Very
base, you
focused
kinda
on
want
that.
to split up and get this height, but they will pop Hades and try to secure it.
Gets the res off Mara's side.
He actually gets the axe on the fellow there.
Definitely start seeing some ults trade here. He's looking to be more the favor.
The doctor for his ulting.
Now Hades for him trainers come out. Hades gets shut down pretty effectively.
I don't knock off, he still has ult. This could be a big ult.
I'm looking more into teams in favor. Stabilize ults down. They have
I
Wari.
haven't made it to point yet, but this height control is really what's gonna determine whether or not they get some progress. It's so important to have a couple good taken care of.
And that's all possible ultimate
Big.
support here.
Hit our ult.
You see the teams ult a lot. You see
Asimar
Dark Souls off,
big
able to
fellow
connect
ult.
to- Team Red can
They
definitely
don't look like they
still
got anything.
come back
They
here. It's
they
also
had a lot of
with-
picks for a long time. Casino might still gets staggered here. He's not careful. Wants to fight.
By trading kills, they're still able to stabilize.
Marasai,
You can see them Marasai
3 guys ulted by
So
Marasai.
he gets 3.
nicely done. Able to pick off 3 there.
And they
The
fired
economy is
Mojo.
honestly still in the sort of in the favor of Serenity right now. They still have 2 ults. They're coming up on another one in Hades. On the side of aim trainers, you really only have this heavy arms ult. I mean, you have mines too, but no one else is really particularly close. Dom might get his swing. It's still pretty even.
Definitely the time to stabilize and build that full charge for that final fight.
Okay, we got 2 picks already.
Point.
Beyblade is gonna go out. Gets 3 kills, but that's
JK finds a couple kills. He's gonna stop this push in its tracks. They're gonna
Okay,
throw
mines
some
are on
mines on the
point.
point, but JK's gonna love stancing on that. Yeah.
So the whole lot going up like Casino. I also having this definitely look for some picks here.
Z2M refused to die. He's 1 HP for so long, he's still not dead.
3 down for Serenity. Definitely looking to be teams in favor. We do see the back soul pop his ult here.
Focus that Saz down, gets the shield broken. Star tries to finish, and he will with the punch. But he's gonna get res. Someone needs to stop that. They're not gonna be able to.
Great axe. Doesn't look like they break through. They're still holding on. Serenity is
Yes,
still
the
holding.
axe.
We
their
do see
point.
the Nile
Oh,
with the two-piece
huge.
with the heavy arms ult. Much value, definitely in favor of Team Blue getting that space and converging on the point.
Big time to Z2M.
That's right. All wants to work with here. It's going to be your coordination and
This has Sazby
ability from
almost
here
up.
on out.
They need to kill Pill
That's
first on the
done.
right side. He does go down.
Hotdog has ult.
They're equalizing.
It's fairly even as of now.
We see this Oswald go out.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds. You kind of want to
Able to get
keep
off
this team fight going.
Serenity is very low on HP.
We'll get 3 down. Team
They
Blue
were on the point.
stabilizing.
There should be a cap here. They'll be able to stagger a couple people, but there we go. Team kill comes in.
Looks like they are able to get it.
They held the heavy arms ult for a long time. They did manage to finally break through when they used it.
Yeah, definitely good ult economy by Team Blue. And then eventually that last fight ended up becoming a stabilization fight. Not really a lot of ults to work with. We did see Hoglite pop his ult and pick off Mara's eye. But that last fight was definitely up to team stability.
Let's take a look at some of the stats here.
That check here.
So yeah, heavy arms putting in some good damage, and elims. Zeno's actually top damage on his team on that Dom Trooper. On the other side again, most people are pretty close. Moon's going to be at almost 20k on that Pale. So overall, damage and elims going to the favor of Aim Trainers Anonymous, but still a good hold on that second point from Serenity. Almost brought it down to 0 seconds, so stats don't tell the whole story here.
Yeah, just because necessarily a unit isn't getting a lot of stats doesn't mean they're not playing well. It looks like across the board, both the teams are aligned with each other.
And like comp wise, Serenity's gonna stick pretty much the same on everybody. And it's looking similar on the side of Aim Trainers as well. Acer is gonna go with the Gundam instead of the Pale. See if that helps them at all against the king himself on Sazabine.
We're gonna see
early picks for free.
early pick for Team Red.
Oh, Marasai hooks
Looks
the
like might be
GM,
another one.
the only character with shields.
See 2 picks down from Team Blue. Team Red can definitely off that and stabilize.
I think the team Blue is out of position. They have 2 guys in the corner right now.
Definitely looking in the
look
favor
great.
of Team Red converging on the point.
Fully
Yeah,
expect Neo
somehow
to get
still
cleaned
alive,
up
but
on
he's
this
gonna go
fight
down
right
soon.
here. Yeah, he's been
How
found yet
is the
though, he
ambulance
gets out.
alive? Somebody kill them. Oh my god.
Okay, Zaro cleans it up. But they're able to recontest. They have 3 people back on point, and I think they have more coming in now.
3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, the entirety of Serenity is currently on the high ground at point.
Nice.
They still managed to get big
Hoglite.
somehow.
Able to get the res off Smoothie King.
They need to stack for people on A. They were, it's not all of them were fighting despite having all them.
Might get 2.
They're gonna have to get this now.
They're down 3. They could honestly get contested here
Are
and
those
not
spider
have
coins
the
too?
points.
They can find 2. They can still stabilize and retake this back, which looks like they do. Nicely done. Nice recovery by Team Blue.
Yeah, I thought it was over. I thought that was a guaranteed point, but Spider Kid came in and said no, finds 2 picks. Hawklight was still alive the whole time.
Able to take that
Yeah, they
space
have
again.
Domult and Sazby. They can win this fight immediately if they so choose.
Might get aggressive.
And they do
Looks
so.
like
They're going in.
All pushing them back. Able to get kills there.
That's it.
Nicely
Good
done by Team
staggers.
Blue.
Kill.
I'm not super sure how worth it was to use these ults since they were so near spawn, but they're definitely bought themselves 30 seconds.
They do have a couple ults coming up to work with, it seems. Sometimes getting aggressive
Heavy arms
and
might
putting
do
that
all the
time
work.
can definitely help.
There's somebody really far ahead in trainers. Apon, Spider Kid just ults, he's alone 1v5. They're gonna rest that for free.
Team Blue is doing a pretty good job of keeping them back, taking space there.
Trinity is grouping up a lot, and they're definitely got some value out of it. But oh, they're gonna just go in and
Big heavy
ult.
armor's ult.
Wow, that was they just click the
Nicely
buttons
done.
and they win. Damn.
And that
Every time they
uses
just
most
combo
of the
two ults
resources. Uses most of the resources they
Team
have
Red
left in
does
their
still have
arsenal, but
one fight to work though. Looks like
Yeah,
yeah,
not
six
spicy
ults
setting.
coming up here.
definitely gonna need a combat Dom 80, so he's just taking space.
Casino is already halfway to the next Dom ult, and they're going to have Gundam ults. Even with 6 ults, they're gonna have to work to get their next count.
We just gotta go now. Especially with a pick on the GM, we gotta start getting aggressive here.
Yeah, this is the time to get aggressive.
There we go.
Dom go out.
Gundamold actually buys a little bit of space.
They actually,
Taking
the
space.
Gundam ult prevented most of them from pushing into Dom Trooper.
Gotta take this height from knock point.
Red able to stabilize on this point. Still have ults to work with, and they still get the point. They only had to pop 2 ults there, so still looking to be in their favor while they move towards E.
Even if they don't win this round, just stalling till overtime can be great for them because that means that they just can't lose the match anymore.
Yeah, and if I'm Serenity, I'm trying to keep up the momentum here. I'm trying to pump up early. Continue on
We
with
have
this
ults, they're
site.
gonna use it on points.
There we go. We got
Mara
Spider,
Scion for
80s, we got
the
Sea
Hades.
Snake. Sounds a lot. We didn't
That's
pop
some good-
bomb. Pop bomb all
The high
on
ground
the other
is-
side, but
Being problematic for them.
punch comes out as well. So they do have point control, but it's looking like they're gonna easily be taken off of here by the returning spawners.
Maybe it was a
Outside of
mistake to
Ancient.
all drop low grounds because Neo Niles just
Yeah.
murdered them from above.
It's definitely
nobody went
important
for them.
to establish and secure that height control first. Because you know they're coming back from spawn. You can't just take an even fight on point because you will lose that every time. So aim trainers come back and they stabilize, and now their ult economy is looking much, much better.
Oh, they just ate the entire mines, now he has life for free.
They're down to the last minute. Team Red definitely.
Neo Nile has ults.
Almost struggle to work with Team Blue.
They're very low. Neo Nile's just gonna go in. Oh my god. No joke. The
Able to get
Alliance,
that red
he's the
ult
hero.
to confirm 2. Nicely done by Neo Nile.
He's making the heavy arms work. Don't doubt
Feels
this
like
man.
that's his 3rd or 4th 3K with that ult this game. He's just doing massive damage with it and kills with it every single time.
Being very patient with it too.
Yeah, he's looking for those precise moments, and so far he's been dead on every one.
They're all grouped up on his right side here for Serenity. They
Definitely
don't really love
Oh,
into
this Nana gets
GM and
hooked.
Dom, but they do a good hook on Daysor.
Need somebody to touch the point. Maybe Shawnee.
Well, Z2M does manage to touch the points.
Able to make it to the point.
And Neo Nile is again on the high ground, and I'm not really trusting Serenity to be able to get this.
No.
It is looking like Team Blue is going to close off this one.
This is a better performance than last time.
A definite more strong performance by Team Serenity.
Yeah, very impressive, but we will be saying goodbye to them. That will be a 2-0 victory in the series for Aim Trainers Anonymous. Serenity going out in 4th. Still a really good showing overall from the Rising Stars players. I mean, you know, a lot of people probably weren't expecting any of them to really make any noise this tournament, but they took down Reform New Type, so
Definitely went from
Definitely good
0
on
to
them.
hero, I would say. Started off bottom 8 teams and ended up in top 4 teams. Nicely done by Team Serenity. They were definitely the
Shouts out
underdogs
to
of
them.
the top 4. But still able to prove that they can play.
definitely Aim Trainers Anonymous will be moving on to losers finals where they will be playing against 3 AM Gaming, the rematch from earlier. Winners round 2 rematch. Of course, that series went to a game 3 and it was super close, so fully expect this one to be close as well.
We are now in the top 3 teams, 3AM Gaming with Aimers Anonymous, and then Heavy Goots waiting in winners bracket. These next games are definitely going to be very interesting. These are the top teams of the game. Never fails to put on a performance.
Great place to copy your strats as well. So I believe we are done for today, is that correct?
I'm not sure. We'll check here.
There's a couple of scheduling issues with a couple of the teams, so we'll see if we end up doing the rest of this tomorrow, or if we just keep trucking along, but
We'll
should
find
have
out
worked
shortly here.
shortly.
With 3 AM Gaming definitely turning into 5 AM Gaming, where they are.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think their team name really is 3AM Gaming, and they're probably because they're not willing to go any further than that.
Alright. Well, this was definitely a nice day 1 of games. All the teams did pretty well. It's really nice that we can play Juvo again, like if nothing ever happened. Bandai may have pulled the plug on this game, but we will forever be on Gundam Evolution. It's great to see everyone playing, all the teams come out and compete, and it's a pleasure to be a part of this community full of nothing but passion about the game.
Yeah, super great games all around. We saw a couple of really close ones. And hopefully that'll continue into tomorrow, where we will be back with day 2 of the games. We will have losers finals and of course grand finals. Well, it might not be
Okay.
tomorrow, but it'll be at some
Might
point.
not be tomorrow. Well, whenever we do come back for the day 2, the top 3 teams, definitely going to be a hell of a performance.
Yeah, and hopefully we can
Do we?
find a bit of a better time for these Asian players, but we'll see what works for everyone.
Yeah, I gotta show love for the Japanese women, you know. Yeah, guys, I guess we'll go ahead and call it there. Appreciate everybody who stopped by, and thank you again for all the teams that came out, gave us a good show. We will see you guys in the next one. Peace out.
Peace.
You stole the flame right from mine. Darkest shape, so why don't we just take a stand? So many days I've been away, just hoping you would find me. We're not okay, just feel the rage that's burning up inside me.
don't love me, no, you don't love me. I'll be rising above it. Can't look down on me, can't look down on me. You can say that I'm nothing, but you don't love me, no, you don't love me. Never electrocute inside of my head. Yeah, I'm looking for going until I'm dead. So many days I've been away, just hoping you would find me. We're not okay, just feel the rage that's burning up inside me. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? The rage. The rage.
So sweet to me. This is where I wanna be. On up with you, supersonic. We're on fire, rockin' love alive. On up with you. Just in the backseat of the Beamer, put my feet up, how you feeling? Yeah, yeah. Just in the backseat of the Beamer, put my feet up, how you feeling? Yeah. Just in the backseat of the Beamer, put my feet up, how you feeling? Yeah, yeah. Just in the backseat of the Beamer, put my feet up, how you feeling? Yeah. Just in the backseat of the Beamer, put my feet up, how you feeling? Just in the backseat of the Beamer, put my feet up, how you feeling? So sweet to see. This is where I wanna be. So sweet to me. This is where I wanna be. On up with you. So sweet to